Good afternoon, colleagues, honourable members of Parliament and the administration, members of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that are joining us this afternoon. You're all very welcome to the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister and the Presidency's meeting for this afternoon. Honourable members, we're just going to, I'm going to ask Mr. Lean to flag the agenda for the meeting. If we can just go through the agenda quickly.
Sorry, Chairperson, I've flattered the wrong one.
Yeah, I can see that.
My apology. Just give me a few seconds. So what's going on here? I'm going to get it quickly, Chairperson. There we are, Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Good, honourable members, there's the agenda for this afternoon's meeting. The meeting will take form of in two parts. We'll do part A of the meeting first. Part A will be, we will be dealing with the briefing of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on their 2026-27 annual performance plan, and then the 2026-27 estimates of national expenditure or their budget. That should take us up to about 2:45. So we'll give the department half an hour for their presentation, and then we'll do the questions and answer session on that presentation, which will take us up to about 3:45. And then we will excuse the department and we will go into part B of the meeting. Part B of the meeting, you will have noticed some of the documentation was sent to you already, will be a briefing by the Portfolio Committee on Transport. And they will brief us on the process that they followed for the consideration of candidates for the appointment to the Aviation Safety Investigation Board, along with the consideration of candidates for the appointment to the Council of Transport of the Transport Economic Council. We will then, once we've had the briefing from the department, have an opportunity to briefly interrogate the process if we feel the need for questions. And then thereafter, we will consider and adopt the two reports that is just going to be flighted for us for noting. We will go through the two reports and then we'll just note the two reports, and then we will close the meeting at 5 o'clock. And there's just a reminder to everyone to please stay online, because we will then have our sister committees, the Select Committee on Chapter, directly after that, where Honourable Kaunda will then take over. Honourable members, can I just have a proposer, please, for this agenda, for the adoption of the agenda? Thank you, Dr. Skeerkogel. Can I have a seconder, please?
I second it, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Much appreciated. Mr. Ntalini, can we go through the apologies if there's any, please?
Good afternoon once more again, Chairperson, and good afternoon, members, officials from the department, and colleagues also. We have received apologies as follows, Chairperson. We have received apologies from the Minister and the Deputy Minister. We also received apology from Honorable Makesini and also Honorable Priat. Honorable Kaunda also, he said he's gonna join us after 20 minutes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good, it's fine. Thank you very much for that. And we note those apologies. I know the Minister indicated that he is actually busy traveling while we're having our meeting, and that couldn't be avoided. And the Deputy Minister also indicated that he had an engagement which he couldn't move. So we note the apologies. Let us just go through the introductions of the members that are present at the moment. If I mention your name, if you can just please put your camera on and introduce yourself. Let us start with Dr. Skeerkogel.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Igor Skeerkogel. I am a permanent delegate from the Free State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us go then to Honorable Mabebo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everybody, and you as Chairperson, as well as Mr. Hlupeka, the Secretary. My name is Sodi Mabebo. I am the permanent delegate from Northwest.
Good, thank you very much. We can see your background, but we can't see your face, so maybe there's just a setting on your camera that you need to fix. But
Yes.
we heard your voice, so you are very welcome.
I think I have to fix it. Thank you, Chairperson.
No problem. Honorable Peter.
A good afternoon, Chairperson and the team. My name is Mandla Peter, permanent delegate from Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Let us go over to our committee whip, Honorable Malokome.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self and members on the platform. My name is Regina Molokome. I'm the permanent delegate from Limpopo Province. I'm also the whip of this committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Teza.
Greetings, Chair. I would ask you to excuse me in terms of the video. I don't have, I'm in farms now. I don't have access to proper network at all. So my name is Kanya Teza, and I'm the permanent delegate from Mpumalanga. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We can hear you, so that's very good. Thank you. Honorable Moyamang.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, to the members of the Select Committee, our guest from the Department of Public Works, and our staff. My name is Kenny Muimang, the member of the committee from Northern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip Moyamang. And Honorable Nzamande.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Nzamande from Gauteng, the permanent delegate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzamande. Honorable members, thank you very much. I think if I've missed anybody, you can just indicate by putting on your video, but I think we've covered the whole complement of members of this committee that are present, and you are all very welcome. Let us go over to the introductions by the department. Is Mr. DG Madakane online, or somebody that will introduce the department to us? There we go. DG, I think you muted. You can go ahead. I don't think we have audio, but let's try. No, we don't have audio. I can see that you've unmuted yourself, but I don't see the audio working. We don't hear the audio working for that matter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. The DG said we can proceed. I can introduce the team. He's trying to fix his network.
Very good. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Stole. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, the DG invited all the DDGs to join. I have a list here that I'll go through it, Chair. The first person is the DG who's here and he's struggling I'm not sure if he can now, but let me proceed. Is the DG and Mr. Cesar Sibande, the head of PMTE, the head of ISA, Mameti Masemula. It's me, Mandla Stole, the CFO, Mr. Lwazima Hlangu, DDG GRC, then the DDG CPM, which is Kafile, Luyanda Kafile, Miss CJ Abrams, the DDG EPWP, Mr. Mulatole Mwasa, the acting DDG RAMS, Mr. Mulate Moremi, the acting DDG Corporate Services, Advocate Monama, Chief Director PMO, Mr. Samuel, Chief Director FM, Mr. Mtombeni, DDG IGR, Reverend Stimela, Acting DDG Professional Services, Mr. Ndo, Acting DDG Policy, Ms. Mashihwane, Chief Audit Executive, and Dr. Gwede, Chief Director Gender Unit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sitole. I will just make some brief opening remarks, and maybe Mr. Madakane will have his sound sorted out by then. Otherwise, we'll just proceed with the presentation. Welcomes the opportunity to engage with the Department of Public Works on its 2026-27 annual performance plan and budget vote. And I want to say at the outset that the committee wishes to acknowledge the efforts taken by the Minister and the department to reposition public works and infrastructure as a department focused not only on administration, but also on delivery, infrastructure-led growth and economic impact. The department's emphasis on professionalization, improved asset management, digitization, infrastructure delivery, and accountability reflects an important shift in direction for the department. The public works and infrastructure plays a critical enabling role within government. When public infrastructure functions properly, it supports economic activity, it improves service delivery, it creates employment opportunities, and restores confidence in the capability of the state. Conversely, when infrastructure deteriorates, communities experience the consequences directly through failing facilities, unsafe buildings, delayed projects, and escalating costs to our taxpayers. The committee notes positively that the department has openly acknowledged several long-standing structural challenges, including procurement inefficiencies, underutilized state assets, maintenance backlogs, and financial pressures within the property management trading entity. The willingness to confront these realities honestly is an important starting point for reform. At the same time, the committee will continue to exercise firm but constructive oversight to ensure that the strategic intentions outlined in the APP translate into practical implementation and measurable outcomes. South Africans rightly expect visible improvements in the management of state assets, faster infrastructure delivery, improved maintenance standards, and stronger financial discipline. The committee will therefore maintain a particular focus during this financial year on, for example, the sustainability and reform of PMTE, the reduction of vacant and underutilized state properties, the infrastructure maintenance and project completion rates, the integrity and effectiveness of the EPWP implementation, and there's some announcements recently made by the Minister in the media regarding the EPWP program, professionalization within the built environment sector, and consequence management where delivery failures occur. We further note the significant medium-term allocations towards infrastructure coordination, maintenance, capital upgrades, and work opportunities. These resources must ultimately produce outcomes that are felt by communities and reflected in improved governance performance. The committee appreciates the collaborative approach that the Minister has sought to establish with Parliament and the oversight structures within. Effective oversight works best where there's openness, responsiveness, and a shared commitment to improving delivery outcomes. As a committee, we remain committed to supporting reforms that strengthen institutional capabilities, improve accountability, and unlock infrastructure as a driver of economic growth and job creation. So with that, I'd like to hand over to the department for the presentation, and we're looking forward to constructive and solutions-oriented engagement with the department this afternoon. Thank you very much. Over to you. We don't have any audio at the moment. Anybody from the department want to start with the presentation while we're waiting for Mr. Madakani, if he's not available yet?
Chair, if the DG has not...
Am I audible now, Chair?
There we go. Welcome, DG. Good to hear your voice. Welcome to the meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for the confusion. Let me indicate that, Chair, we have a very long presentation, which I believe I will take it as read, Chairperson. And the presentation that we have is got 3 parts, where we're going to cover the performance information around the APP, and then there will be financials. In other words, the performance information will be led by DDG Governance, Risk and Compliance. And then the next other item within the presentation is the financials, which the CFO, Mr. Sitole, will cover. And then the last part will be covered back by DDG Lwazi, the risk management aspect of the presentation. And through you, Chairperson, I think we want to request that Mr. Mahlangu can start, and then we will, at the end, then, Chairperson, as per your direction, take questions so that the committee can be favored with answers at the end. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Mr. Mahlangu.
Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, parliamentary staff and colleagues from the department. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's 2:19, so I'll gallop through the presentation and touch on the critical aspects to manage time. So in the presentation, Chair, this is the structure of the presentation from the purpose up until the risk aspect at the end of the presentation, as highlighted by the DG. So basically representing the APP for 26-27. And it's structured, basically our APP is structured in response to the SOI, Statement of Intent, particularly from the MTDP part in response to the priority 1, 2, and 3. And as I touch on some of the KPIs, I'll be referring back in terms of how we are contributing or which priority we are contributing to in that regard. So we have structured it in that context. But also from a constitutional or from a legislative point, we also structure the KPIs to respond to some of the constitutional mandates, including other government policies as well. For instance, if you look at Schedule 4, 5, and 6 of the Constitution, talks about the functional areas of concurrent function. This is where you find it in Program 2 of the department when we deal with the sector. And you will see that towards the end of the presentation, before the risk, I will also highlight that concurrent function, our relationship with the provincial departments and local government as well. And then the constitutional imperatives, as stated there, these are basically some of the sections that we adhere to as part of your capable and also values, and adhere to the values of the Constitution, including the procurement aspect of Section 217 of the Constitution. So will also be, which is basically a driving mechanism of how we procure. And then the others are more of the acts, like your Kiama, which is also in the programs, and then also Infrastructure South Africa, which is our act, which I'll also touch on as part of the programs as well. And also our entities, CIDB, CBE, Agrima, and the built environment professions, as well as some of the acts in terms of the Expropriation Act and the Disposal Land. So you will see that the indicators will be speaking to these legislative and legal legislative and prescripts as well. Then we've also premised this APP as well in terms of the mission of the department, which is 3 specific components in that vision, where you say it's in a trusted choice of innovative asset management. That's phase 1. That's where you'll talk about Giyama. And the quality infrastructure delivery, that's where we talk about the Infrastructure Delivery Act as for the, and for a sustained economic growth, that is the long-term effect in relation to also the issues around the rights to all the socio-economic imperatives of the state, and also driving the priorities of the state. And we sought to look at through our mission, but also underpinned by the values of efficiency, effectiveness, excellency, trustworthy, and transparency in all our engagements in delivering this APP or targets and key performance and initiatives as part of the state towards the citizens' service delivery. Now, we've also looked at the environment in which we operate. Now, we started off by the external environment, from the global economy up until the local. Also take into consideration your geopolitics as well, so that, because they will have an impact on some of the areas that we operate as a department. But what is very important is on the side where it says our responses, what is our response to that strategic issues or the climate change, socio-economic change in the environment. So we also look at how do we then speed up service delivery in terms of infrastructure as a catalyst to growth. And also how in that process we also look at what is our role in employment. We talk about EPWP, but also some of the employment opportunities that will come out of the relationship we have with service providers as they participate through our procurement muscle. We also look at asset management reforms as the environment changes in the asset space. We look at how then do we also respond to those changes. Specifically, how do we shift as the biggest landlord, how to also influence the market as the change, and as the emerging trends within the environment come in. I will also touch on that when it comes to the REMS. Then the procurement, again, linking that to Section 217 of the Constitution, as how do we then unlock infrastructure, the value that you can derive from the infrastructure in contribution to growth and dealing with the triple challenge of facing South Africa: employment, the unemployment issues, poverty, as well as inequality. Then, because of the climate change as well, we're also shifting gears through our facilities management program, some of the initiatives you'll see there on how we then contribute to the green infrastructure, mostly looking about the contribution to the green economy through some of the initiatives, but also assisting in contributing to the challenges that are faced by government when it comes to one of them being response to fuel social shortages, again, issues of climate change, drought, and also all other vagaries of nature that we're also looking at. But over and above that, ensure that we work according to the regulations and prescripts, and also maintain certain professional standards in our adherence, hence the core values that we also spoke about. Now, when it comes to measuring performance, Chair, we have 11 programs. Program 1, which is largely administration, where we look at the compliance rate. We also look at the culture. How do we then change a culture that will drive the organization, where we now look at the culture and leadership issues, but also looking at how then do we ensure that we have sufficient capacity in the organization to drive the operations of the organization by continuously monitoring the vacancy rate to ensure that at least we have sufficient capacity. But in that process of capacitating the building, capacitating the organization, the department, we also are mindful of the transformative agenda, where we ensure that we also deconcentrate the male skewness in decision making, hence the focus on designated groups such as women in leadership at an SMS level, as well as persons with disability with a fair chance and opportunity to work in the organization as well. And then we're also looking at, because it's a procurement heavy organization with a large stakeholders, including the public itself, as well as service providers. We also prone to certain legal issues where we also try to monitor the rate and the speed at which we respond to legal issues to avoid litigation. So we measure that as well, percentage of opinions that we measure, as well as contracts that are drafted, as well as how we also manage our legal book. And then lastly, as well as ensuring that since we are operating in the 4IR, we also look at how do we modernize our environment to improve efficiencies, manage the risk associated with manual and human errors through modernization of certain business processes within the organization as well. So that basically is the administration part. It contributes to priority number 3 of a capable state, and as well as a resilient and developmental state and an ethical state. Then these indicators are then broken down that on a quarterly basis will then come to the committee to present performance against these quarters as well, these performance indicators. Number 2, program 2 is intergovernmental coordination. Basically, we've got 2 programs there. One being the sector plans. Now, this also goes back to the point I raised in terms of the constitutional issues, section 4, 5, and 6, on the concurrent function. This is where now the department working with provincial, local municipalities, including SALGA, on issues of interdependence and intercorrelated matters, particularly in this case, infrastructure. How do we all leverage the infrastructure to create jobs and improve the livelihoods of... so we're working together with provinces, and you'll see towards the end, I will also touch on the indicators that we have at the provincial level and working with local SALGA as well. And this is the governance arrangement where it is dealt at a min-make level. And spin-off of that is that we are also working towards finalizing the inputs to the DDM model. And then we also deal with the participation. How do we also improve the skills pipeline, working together with our council, with the entities, so in this case CBE, on how we also improve the skills, but also how do we also as a department contribute in terms of employment of those graduates by also affording them bursaries and opportunities, but also with an employability to come and then operate and work within the built environment. And then at the table at the bottom is basically the breakdown of those indicators on a quarterly basis. Suffice to say, Chair and honorable members, is that where you see there's no quarter target, it doesn't mean that there's no work. It basically means that the APP is supported by an operational plan. An operational plan in this case is an activity base. It means that there are activities that are happening in that specific quarter that will then channel us towards the target that has been set. So when we come to Parliament to present quarterly performance, we will also provide what was the activity, at what level is that activity in quarter one, so that members can then also make an assessment of whether the target will be achieved as well. So that's basically is the understanding of the no quarter target aspect. Then program 3, EPWP, is number of work opportunities that are created. Again, it links to the issues of concurrent. It also links to the issues of working with the entities and all the other bodies that are reporting on work opportunities. We have a target of 1 million for the next financial year. And then this is the breakdown on a quarterly basis of all the work opportunities that are reported by public bodies or implementing agents as captured in the EPWP reporting system as well. Now, program 4 split into 2. We're looking at the legislative aspect related also to the constitutional mandate. And also the entities and imperatives thereof and entities. So we're looking at the amendment of the CIDB as well as the Public Works Bill, where we also look at drawing all the 57 pieces of legislation into that, and also the review of Giyama with a secondary act to ensure that there's understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the user as well as those of the client in administering the asset management. Then the bill in terms of Infrastructure Development Act also will be submitted to Parliament to minister to introduce in Parliament as part of establishing Infrastructure South Africa as a legal entity. Then also in terms of infrastructure development will also contribute to priority number 1 and priority number 2, which is growth as well as inclusivity. We're also looking at the strategic integrated projects that were also gazetted in June 2020 that will be administered through Infrastructure South Africa, but also with the implementing agencies, whether other government departments who are also implementing infrastructure projects, as well as other entities such as DBSA that are also assisting, is to also harness and ensure that at least this infrastructure is delivered, as well as the economic spin-off, socio-economic spin-off such as employment and poverty are also addressed in that context as well. And on a periodically, we will also provide report to Parliament and the stages at which those projects are. And also those areas of funding will also be considered, where we look at what type of financial platforms will be also engaged in to look at infrastructure delivery and how we can support those projects. And that's what quite important as well is that infrastructure cuts across all spheres of government. We're also looking at how then do we then support municipalities by identifying municipalities where they can be adopted through an adopted municipality program. At this time we're still at the piloting stages of adopting those municipalities to assist and provide support for them to be able to also improve on infrastructure at the local municipality, but also the implications is the spin-offs as well as the integration into the entire country. So then these are the breakdowns on a quarterly basis of the indicators that I've spoken to, and then that leads us to Prestige. And Prestige is a portfolio basically that will assist in terms of managing the Prestige portfolio, including the Presidency, particularly when there are state events such as funerals, state visits. We also provide movable structures. So there are those that are planned that we communicate with the Presidency, and then there are those that are unplanned, such as state events that may not have been a part of the plan, and also such funerals. So we also include them in this. So this indicator measures the planned one, but you will see that when we report, we'll also report on the unplanned, because there's budget issues that would have been incurred. Then we're also looking at also taking stock of all the movable assets that are in this case where we provide support, like to parliamentary villages as well as ministerial houses. We're also now looking at a asset register of all those movable structures, so that we have stock of all these resources, so that when there's a need for additional, it's either you take from the stock, or the register will then point to whether we buy or we take from the stock. So at least, but it's also a management tool on how to manage movable assets within the Prestige portfolio. And then lastly is also looking at the condition of those assets as part of that, which will be expressed in detail in the movable asset register as well. Then when these are the breakdown of those targets in Prestige. And then PMTE finances, which is program 6, we are looking at financial percentage performance, which is basically not only just from a budget expenditure point of view, but we're also looking at other financial indicators, like the accounting indicators, to look at the going concern and the health of the institution PMTE in terms of its mandate as well. Then program 7, the real estate investment, we'll be looking at properties that would have been processed for investment decision and letting out strategic development as well. This also speaks to when I talk about earlier on about how then, as a big landlord, how then do we look at the space within the property environment? We'll be looking at that as well. How do they also interact and also work with the private sector on those kind of properties? Where there's no financial muscle on the public side, we'll then look at whether there's an appetite to invest in those properties from the private sector to ensure that we bring them into a habitable state where we can then house and use it for further provision of state accommodation. We also deal with planning precincts. We've targeted 5 in the current financial year, where we also this is more of how do you bring services to the public in a particular precinct to also assist that. And then lastly, in terms of all of this, again, coming back to the review of Giyama, we are also looking at the fully compliant functional CMP and UMs. These are basically your custodian asset management programs that we consolidate from all the users that would have developed their plans and needs. We then consolidate them, and then that gives us an idea of what is the investment approach, as well as how do you then deal with the needs of the clients, whether it will lead us to procuring new facilities, looking at government stock, or we're looking at private leasing as well, and other instruments of accommodating client departments. The bottom table is basically a breakdown quarterly basis of these indicators as well. Then the construction project management, also contributing to priority 1 and 2. Priority 1, which is basically growth in terms of 1. How do we also leverage on infrastructure construction project management in creating jobs and opportunities, as well as contributing to GDP. Now, this is linked to Infrastructure South Africa as well, because infrastructure looks at the broader economy in terms of the entire landscape of South Africa. Hence, you've got that National Infrastructure Plan 2050 to look at the broader. Now, this is looking at internally in the department, the component of infrastructure that can also contribute a percentage to growth in relation to the infrastructure that is within the mandate of public works. From completion of those capital projects, the designs that we also look at completion of those designs, and then also we look at the projects at the procurement stage. Now, this also assists in terms of procurement stages, because we rely on funding from the client departments. It also assists in terms of how then do we push these projects towards completion as well. So it also is a measurement tool of how we manage projects, even at a procurement stage. And then out of all of this, we're saying we also need to look at work opportunities that are created at a construction level, which will also require the contractors to also assist in the creation of work opportunities for upskilling the skills that will be there's part of contribution to priority number 2, inclusive, those that have been historically disadvantaged, participating in the infrastructure environment, but also contributing to work opportunities that have been created as well. Then this one is a breakdown of all of those indicators on a quarterly basis that will then report to the members, honorable members and committee at large. Program 349, which is the real estate management services, the leasing portfolio. Now, again, we're also saying that due to the trends and the changes in the property space, and also looking at how we leverage on our portfolio to improve on the portfolio itself. We have the private leases. We also have our government stock, and the question is, how do we then skew the patterns from the private sector into the government stock and ensure that we keep it within the private stock, within the public sector? So we're also looking at how then, as we move and change those leases into the public sector, we also look at the square meterage reduction in the size of that portfolio, because that means that there will be an increase in the portfolio, in the public portfolio, and a reduction in the square meterage in the private sector as we move and shift this. We're also focusing on lease to own. Again, another, you say private into public. It's another way that will also link into that square meterage as well, as we procure those facilities and properties that are in a good state for us to be able to accommodate our client departments. And then also we look at the productivity of those assets, where we look at that are utilized, whether by the state or private sector, where we're also looking at the utilization ratios as well, to ensure that there's maximum value derived from those leases as well. And then there's 9.4, there's a publication report. Now, this basically is a publication that we are looking at the portfolio itself, and then how that portfolio of the department is performing. It will also have other metrics that will be included. For instance, the utilization, space utilization. It will also look at water and how we also look at the consumption of electricity, and then also benchmark that with the private sector. Then we are able to look at what will be the conditions and also the performance of our portfolio with all these utilities. That publication will also assist. Now, that publication will assist in decision making, again, in terms of, and it will also inform the real estate investment and what to invest in terms of that proper portfolio as well. Then you have your revenue that we also generate from some of these, including areas where we can identify buildings, where we can also look at initiatives of how we can advertise, especially when you look at a simple example, when you want to address a matter that is affecting the society, like a pandemic or such as GBV, we can also provide that information through billboards as well. And even private sector, we can also, as way of generating revenue more and above the revenue that we generate from renegotiated leases in that space as well. Then we also have areas where over time honorable members will understand that there's areas where some properties have been illegally occupied, properties that were illegally transferred. So we've got an OBB, Operation Bring Back program, where we also look at one. There are areas where we say there's public interest, and in the public interest, there's economic value in that. How do we regularize those leases? But there are those where you have to also evict because they were illegally occupied, as well as to preserve the structural integrity of our assets, and then also have proper investment solutions for us to then bring back and be used again for the intended purpose. So that program assists in doing all of that. And also what number of state-owned properties that we let out, that also contributes to I'll talk about it on the maintenance part, but also talks about also the nature of our the size and the nature of the performance of our portfolio as well. And then lastly, as our contribution for socio-economic imperatives, particularly as the landowner, we also provide and release certain portions of land to other sister departments for them to carry their mandate, such as rural development in terms of land reform, human settlements in terms of the new patterns of settlements, as well as an example, if you in the current case of how do you also improve your electricity, there may be land parcels that may be required for transmission or distribution lines that may be required. So we're also contributing in that space as well. And then the last two under real estate management is basically looking at commercial prime land and buildings that can be released to the market for investment on a concessionary basis into, and if there where we can also generate revenue, but also as a way of bringing the structural integrity of some of our buildings through private investment. We talked about in the past about optimizing strategy, where we talk about BOT, build, operate, transfer, ROT, repair, operate, and transfer, those kind of mechanisms that are coming. So this will be part of it in terms of releasing of those land parcels. And then we also, again, the constitutional and policy imperative, we talked about the Disposal Act. This is where we said we're focusing on non-core assets that have become a detriment to the organization financially as well as administratively. We also look at the possibility of disposing those non-core assets as well. Then program, and then these are the quarterly breakdown of those indicators that are spoken about. Then in terms of the asset register, real estate information register, we have got movable assets that are physically verified to validate the existence and assets and assess conditions of those assets as well. And that assists us in terms of the credibility of the asset register and ensuring that those properties are vested in the right name, and also we confirm the existence of that, so that then in the asset register we then disclose those that are within the ambit or mandate of the department. And then we also look at registered immovable assets to align to municipal valuation, so that we then accord the appropriate municipal bills and payments in relation to those valuations as well. And then the table at the bottom is the breakdown of those indicators that will then report to the members on a quarterly basis. Then the last program, facilities management, again, it's mainly about the conditions of our assets, how we also maintain the soft aspect of the maintenance, which is your gardening and cleaning, but we also look at the core maintenance, which is the structural issues, change management, and the skills that will be required in terms of that. So we also operate that in terms of the number of operational term contracts, on term contracts, basically short term, periodic in a particular period to manage, assist that. But we're also looking at transferring the risk, where especially large facilities, where you look at total facilities management contract to assist in ensuring that we manage those assets into a particular state for the occupants who then enjoy the productivity of that asset and performance of that facility. But we also now again looking at the contribution to the green building, as I highlighted in terms of our strategic response to the climate change. We're also looking at number of buildings that with solar panels, with hybrid inverters and the battery. This is the best systems where it basically stores energy, converting it from your direct currency to your alternate currency. So basically looking at number of buildings with solar PVs, and as part of that, working together with the Green Building Council of South Africa, we are also looking at rating our buildings into different star ratings, more or less like your hotels. We have two star, 3 star, but this one is saying from an environmental point of view, how then do we rate those buildings, as well as our contribution to the green economy through working with the Green Building Council of South Africa. And we're also looking at existing buildings, offices, existing and also existing buildings, where we also look at the attaining a performance certificate with those ratings as well. So we'll identify the buildings. Just to clarify the issues of the panels, where it says one, it's not one solar panel, it's just one building. And I think the question may be asked, but one building, why not? Because I think there's also issues of expenditure and stuff. But you may find that if maybe one building, but with a huge coverage in terms of solar panels that can be actually, and then also because we're talking about BESS and hybrid inverters, you can also look at storage of that can also assist other buildings as well. Then the built environment sector, we're also looking at, again, accreditation of our professions in the organization so that they are also accredited and contribute to the green economy as professions as well. And then lastly, around the green build, or the last two around the green building is that because we're in the construction environment, how do we treat and manage waste? So we're also looking at certifications in terms of how we also treat construction waste as well. And then lastly, similar to the leasing portfolio, where we are also developing a publication, we are also developing a publication on the green building report, which then also these indicators will form part of the indicator or performance matrix or performance indicators in that publication. Then it will also give us a good picture of what is the contribution of the department through its large portfolio and other initiatives towards the green building environment. And they were also saying that because we are in the soft facilities, soft maintenance such as gardening and cleaning, we're also looking at how do we also create work opportunities within the facilities management. And these indicators will be then form part of that 1 million that we then will be reporting through the EPWP. Then the rest of the slides is basically the breakdown of those KPI indicators. Through your chair, then we've got the financial resources that then Mr. Stole will then take us through. Thank you.
Good, fine. Thank you very much. Let's continue that quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Chair, time is 10 to now. I'll try to finish within 10 minutes. Lwazi has taken all the time. Mr. Mahlangu, if you can move to the budget. Thank you. Chair, I'll deal with the main vote, which is the department, and then it will be followed by the PMTE. If you can move to the next slide, Lwazi. So, Chair, this is the budget per program and also per economic classification. We've also put the past 4 years audited and a baseline of 25-26. However, the focus area for the purpose of this meeting, Chair, we will focus on the column that is highlighted in orange, which is 26-27, but it's a medium-term expenditure, Chair, which also moved to 27-28 and 28-29. So for per program, Chair, we have program 1, which is administration. The allocation is 658, and then the outliers, Chair, you can see I'm not going to go into details because of time. The main program, Chair, that maybe I must highlight, it's program 3, which is expanded public works program that create job opportunities, which is 2.2 billion. Chair, you can notice, Chair, that there was a slight decrease compared to 25-26 financial year for EPWP, which then affect the work opportunities. Then for program 4, Chair, it's 4.7 billion and it's growing slightly for the outer years. So in total, Chair, we have 7.8 billion budget. If you compare to the previous financial year, it's just a slight increase of 200 million, which is not even 3%. Then for economic classification, how this money will be spent, Chair, on current payments, it's 1.4 billion. Which then is made up of compensation of employees of 683 million and goods and services, it's 706 million. And included in that goods and services, it's an amount of Infrastructure South Africa, which is a program that is managing delivery of infrastructure in the country. And then for transfers and subsidies, that's where our significant budget goes to our entities and to municipalities and provinces through EPWP, which is sitting at 6.4 billion. Chair, the main transfer that is made also, it's toward PMTE, which is over 4 billion. Lwazi, if you can move to the next slide. And Chair, this is just a summary for the MTF, which then the total budget for over 3 years, it's 24.5 billion, which then is spread throughout the 3 financial years, which from 7.6 billion to 8.5 billion, with an average growth of 3.5%. Then the transfers out of that 24 billion, it's 82.3% towards the transfers, mainly to our entities, EPWP and IDT. I've highlighted IDT in red, Chair, because the allocation, it's only for 1 financial year, but for the outer years, there is no allocation for IDT. The reason for that, Chair, there is a process of the form and shape of IDT, which then, if that process is concluded, IDT will need to be funded by Treasury, or it need to be financially sustainable. Hence, then we were only able to allocate 50 million, and we had to take within our baseline. Is not that Treasury had to gave us an additional amount. Eloise, if you can move to the next slide for PMTE. No, for transfers. So, Chair, can you go? Yeah. So this is the detailed, Chair, of the transfers that we make to different entities. For 26-27 financial year, the total is 6.4 billion. The main amount goes to PMTE with 4.1 billion, and then the rest of the entities is just small amounts. However, for EPWP, for integrated grant for municipalities, it's 585 million. For provinces, 648 million. For non-state sector, it's 629 million. That's how then our transfers and subsidies are detailed. If you can move to the next slide, Lozi. Chair, this is the slide for PMTE. This shows the source of funding for PMTE. As I indicated, the amount that PMT receives from the main vote, it's 4.1 billion, which I've already explained. The rest of the amounts, Chair, are recoveries from clients' departments. Then we have accommodation charges, where we do projects on behalf of clients. The budget there is 1.8 billion. And this amount, Chair, can change as the clients change their budget, because this budget is not ring-fenced within clients' departments. So where clients' departments are struggling in certain areas, they then amend this, so it remains as projected amount. Then accommodation charges, it's 5.3 billion. That's where, Chair, we charge clients department for the use of state properties. You'll recall, Chair, with the previous presentations that we made last year, where we said clients are paying on average 23 rand per square meter, which is far below the market. And we even indicated that we have a shortfall of 8.3 billion per financial year. Then accommodation charges, for which is a private leases, Chair, it's 6.5 billion, and it continued to grow over the years. Then the transfer from DPW I've already explained. So in total, Chair, for PMT, we have 17.8 billion for 26-27 financial year, which also, if you compare with the previous budget of last year, was sitting at 17.5 billion. Again, Chair, it's just a small increase of 300 million. What is important also, Chair, is that we went to National Treasury with a view to address the bank overdraft, as well as the long outstanding debts, which at a time was sitting at 14.6 billion, where clients were owing us. We then put a financial recovery plan, which the minister requested and the DG has submitted for consideration of the minister. So that plan was also presented to National Treasury last year when we were preparing the budget that we are presenting to the Select Committee, where then we said to Treasury, can they increase the accommodation charges at least by 20% with a view to reduce the budget shortfall of 8.6 billion, which we then said if that can happen over the 3 years or 5 years, we can then on annual basis, we can get 1.4 billion. And Treasury did not, Chair, approve that. Then we also asked Treasury to say correctional services and defense, they reduced their budget without consultation of us as a landlord of the state, where the baseline for both departments was reduced significantly. We then requested Treasury to approve that, which also was not approved by Treasury due to funding constraints in the fiscus. So we are then hoping, Chair, this current year, when we start the budget process, Treasury may look at this in a positive way and approve what we requested. Then, in addition, Chair, we also requested to say, Treasury, can you at least approve 50% debt settlement agreement, where we're then saying out of 14 billion that clients are owing us, can we then write off 50% of that? Where then Treasury can then fund 7.3 billion, which we said it can be spread over 3 years as a payment arrangement. Then we write another 50%. That again, Chair, was not approved by Treasury. We hope this year, as we continue to engage Treasury, they will also consider that. We are also hoping, Chair, because in this committee last year, you also promised us that you will invite Treasury in one of the meetings to discuss these issues, because when you deal with government, and unfortunately, Treasury is at a center of us improving our financial stability through them approving our increase for accommodation charges. Treasury has also have authority to withhold transfers to any department where departments are not paying us. So those are the discussions also that we are having with National Treasury. If you can move, Lwazi. You can move also to the next slide. Sorry, before you move, Lwazi. So Chair, Lwazi has already presented the performance of each branch. So here, this is the budget, how each branch is funded, as Lwazi has presented. The key branches that maybe I can highlight, Chair. Construction management, there is an allocation of 3.6 billion for 26-27. Then real estate management services is 9.2 billion. The main cost driver for REMS, its leases that are sitting at 6 billion. And we also pay rate and taxes under this branch. And FM also, Chair, where we maintain our properties, they are sitting at 3.5 billion. If you can move, Lwazi. So, Chair, this is a breakdown how we then utilize the budget for PMTE, taking into account, Chair, that it's not a fixed amount. It's dependent on the behavior of clients' departments that we are serving. However, Chair, just to highlight the key areas how this budget is utilized. For day-to-day maintenance, which is reactive maintenance, it's 1.4 billion, which ordinarily, Chair, if you look at the 22-23 financial year, day-to-day we were spending 2.2 billion. But because of the reduction of budget, because we don't get what we're supposed to get, that budget has been reduced to 1.4 billion, which then put the facilities at risks to the extent that where there are leaks of pipes and certain maintenance, we are unable to respond to such complaints from clients due to budget constraints. And also, Chair, the significant line item is compensation of employees, which is 2.3 billion. You can see, Chair, over the years, it hasn't really increased much because there are limitations of increasing compensation of employees. As I indicated, that leases are also a significant line item sitting at 6.6 billion. There is nothing much that has increased compared to the previous financial year. It's an area, Chair, that we want to reduce leases, but because there are no funds to respond to state-owned properties in terms of refurbishment so that they can be available for the use. As a result, clients are opting for private leases, which also may be a contradiction, Chair, because clients are able to afford private leases, and yet when it comes to state-owned facilities, they want to pay 23 Rand per square meter, in some instances 9 Rand per square meter. Then for transfers payments, which is property rates, it's 1.8 billion. Then capital payments, which is mainly infrastructure, we are sitting at 3.3 billion. So in total, Chair, it's 17.8 billion. You can move, Lwazi. So, Chair, this is just a high-level summary based on what I've already presented. So the total projected allocation for PMT 56 billion over the 3 financial years, where then the significant amounts, it's for maintenance for 3 years, where it's maintenance and repairs sitting at 6.7 billion. And for compensation of employees is 7.2 billion. Then for capital, it's 10.3 billion. And then for leases is 21.7 billion. Thank you, Chair. I'm handing over back to Lwazi to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stole. Through you, Chair. Just 1 minute to wrap up. So earlier on, we talked about the concurrent function. So what we have are standardized indicators. Basically, what you see is a breakdown of the 5 identified indicators, facilities that are provided, which are done by all provincial departments of public works, as well as national. We also look at construction projects that are completed from national all the way to all the provinces that will also be reporting on those. And then conditions assessment that are conducted in those state-owned facilities, as well as planned maintenance and work opportunities that are created. So this is what is also regulated in terms of the framework for strategic plans and annual performance plans, where we are required to look at standardized indicators across the sector, in this case, sector being public works, national and the provinces. But beyond that, as I presented in Program 2, sector plan are also indicators within the sector, but not necessarily provincial and national in terms of APP, but you find that there's a certain municipalities, our entities, other entities, COGTA, SAGA, and that also contribute in the space of infrastructure, in the space of work opportunities, in the space as our endeavors towards the 3 priorities of government as well. Then the last presentation, Chair, I will not go through it. As DG said, we take it as read, but it's basically our risks that we've identified from cybersecurity. As you would have seen that South Africa, we've suffered more than 2,500 since the beginning of the year. So we're also playing that role and also focusing on external shocks, such as your hazards, vagaries of nature. We're also considering arson in terms of how do we manage, because we manage a large portfolio of assets, so we must also consider some of these in that space. Fraud and corruption, collusion, as well as ethical conduct. We're also looking at those risks as well. And then also we look at the risk of a failure of our business model in terms of advancing the operations of the organization and the mandate. Stakeholder risk, because we're looking at from policy, legislative. We also look at ESAF in terms of infrastructure across all the other participants. We also look at facilities and real estate in terms of our interaction. There's a lot of interest and the risk with the stakeholders that we also, so we look at ways of how to find each other in terms of our mandate. And then we also look at infrastructure failures, which will also include hijack projects, and also mafias, as well as the capacity and the ability of the state to deliver on those assets as well. And this also talks to part of the stakeholders to talk of our relationship with National Treasury and the allocation of funds for us to be able to do that. And then lastly, the transformation and how do we transform this, because that will also speak in terms of priority number 2 of those who are historically disadvantaged, and how do you then look at inclusivity as well. Chair, this is basically our presentation, which we recommend that the Select Committee supports and notes the 2026-27 annual performance plans together with the resources from a budget point of view. That concludes our presentation. Over to you, DG or Chair. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you.
DG. Have you got any other remarks?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think we will then be at your disposal to answer questions.
Thank you very much, honourable members. There you have it. As always, we have very limited time, and it's very unfortunate, but that is just the nature of the beast in the National Council of Provinces with the clustering of different departments. So let us then go over to questions, just by show of hands. I see Dr. Skierkwogel, your hand. Honorable Peter, Honorable Makome, Monday. That's good. Okay, so let us start with Dr. Skierkwogel. Honorable members, please keep in mind that we have quite a bit to do still in this meeting. Just please keep your questions brief to the point, and choose your most important questions first. Then we'll see if we get a chance to do a second bite of the cherry. Thank you, Dr. Skierkwogel. You can start.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So I see there's a maintenance and budget shortfall of the deteriorating buildings with PMT. So the PMT shows that there's 6.7 billion is earmarked for maintenance and repairs for the midterm. So it's about 11% of it. But in March 2024, there was a report by Business Tech that said that the department needs about 14 million annually to keep government buildings maintained, but receive only 5.6. So leaving the project is about 8.3 billion short. So at least backlog and all of those things. So how will the PMT see to fill this funding gap, and what are the specific plans that they will secure to get additional funding or prioritize critical repairs so that government buildings remain safe and functional? Then the next thing is going also the underperformance of the PMT. It showed that also in a briefing to Parliament in 2024, that the department had it's like 49 million worth of assets, that's government buildings, and they are continue to lease to private buildings at higher rates, leaving the PMT properties underutilized and underperforming. So what concrete measures will the department do to implement it, or what will PMT do to become self-sustainable, and what will they do to reduce the shortfall and improve utilization of state building properties, and then complete the asset register and address staff losses and then deficiencies? Then, Chairperson, my last question goes about the about payment to service providers and the creation of immovable assets. So what are the specific actions that the department will do to finalize the immovable assets register that will improve billing and payment processes and to restore the trust with the client departments? And how will we ensure that these payments are done on a timely manner to small and emerging contractors so that they are not affected by slow payments by the administration? And then last one, they mentioned the adopt the municipality. If they could just see how they actually do it, because for example, I was at Metimolo the other day, and I was asking around with the officials, and some of them were not quite clear what does this mean and how would they help. So if the DG can just elaborate, how will this adopt a municipality actually help the infrastructure? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Skilkoffel. Let's go over to Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Mine, Chair, is to check or to get from the DG the challenges that they faced as the department based on the financial challenges. I just want to ask, Chair, long service experience is not the key contributing factor that contributes to the corruption that affects your department. My second question is, due to this long service experience, what mechanism did your department can assist or advise to improve maladministration, money laundering, and so forth, if there is any? How secured are government assets from being vandalized or stolen? Which scale can your department assure this select committee about the safety of government assets? Lastly, Chair, how do the department manage its asset? Is it manually or asset register or by app? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. I think let's take Honorable Molokome's questions as well. Then we'll take responses to the 3 sets of questions. Honorable Molokome.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a few questions, Chair. Maybe to touch on what the honorable members was asking in page 25 in terms of the asset, because if you can check the indicators, the percentage is too low. It means that there's a challenge in terms of managing those assets of the department, and we are a bit worried about that matter. So how is the department planning to deal with that challenge, Chair? The other question that I have is in terms of the graduates that the department, the program of graduate Chair, in particular the youth, disability and women. Do you also ensure that engineering graduates become certified professionals, or what levels do you assist in terms of professionalizing the engineer student in the department? Chair, the other issue, I'm going to shoot straight to the questions. I'm not going to talk more of the politics here. Why are you leaving some, I've visited some of the police stations in my constituency, Chair, and I'm a bit worried about the state of the barracks in those municipalities, those police stations, especially in Gilead police station that I've visited. The condition there is not good. So I just want to check if you are doing the audits of this police station where you are accommodating our police officers, and how many are in bad state, if you have that report per province. If you don't, can we be provided with the report, and also indicate how are you going to deal with such situations? Chair, the 2 last questions that I have is in terms of the memorandum of understanding and the lease agreements with the departments. Do you, when you get into these agreements, the lease agreements, do you insert clause that regulates maintenance plan? If such does not happen, how are you planning to remedy it? Because we are worried about the state of our houses, especially, and also the infrastructure issue. If you have leases with these departments, how are you making sure that the infrastructure is maintained and so that this is not, we don't experience the issue of the dilapidation of this premises. Lastly, Chair, on the asset register, but I think I've touched on this, Chairperson. How many public works buildings are theft, hijacked, and how many buildings of the public works have you recovered from the hijackers, if you have recovered such? And can we get the reports or in all these provinces, Chairperson? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Molokobe. I think, DG, let's handle those 3 sets of questions from those members, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first question, the CFO will deal with it, and then the second question, Mametsi from ISA will deal with that. And then the last question, the head of PMTE will deal with that as like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Chair, on the first question, indeed, Honourable Member, the issue of maintenance and the maintenance backlog is the biggest issue. Actually, when we communicated with National Treasury last year in our budget process and engagement with Treasury, our desktop estimate in terms of maintenance backlog, we put a 28 billion maintenance backlog before National Treasury, over and above our financial gap, where I indicated 8.4 billion per financial year. So, as I indicated, Chair, we presented a comprehensive plan to National Treasury last year, of which it was not the first time we did so. The DG wrote a letter to the accounting officer of National Treasury in 2024. The minister did the same to the Minister of Finance last year, October. So there are a lot of efforts that the DG and the minister have been making to persuade National Treasury. What we put to Treasury, which the DG put before Treasury, was that we have 14.4 billion, which is owed by clients' departments. And the member is also asking a question, how this affect service, paying off service providers, especially your small service providers. It has an impact, Chair, but we haven't come to a stage where we must stop paying service providers while we have contractual obligations with them. Hence, we are running on a bank overdraft. So on that area, Chair, we continue to pay service providers where they've provided services, where there are contractual obligations. However, Chair, we believe, Chair, that if Treasury were to approve at least the settlement agreement, we are not even saying Treasury, we demanded all clients must pay 14.4 billion because it's over years. The National Treasury does not have 14.4 billion to give to PMTE. However, the plan that we presented to Treasury is to say, at least per financial year against 14.4 billion, give us 2.4 billion over 3 years, just to at least settle this outstanding debt, which is a settlement agreement. Then the second part is for us to get 1.4 billion from Defense and DCS. Then also I spoke about the 20% increase to address the shortfall of 8.4 billion. And this shortfall is per financial year. If Treasury were to fund us 8.4 per financial year, it will actually resolve problems of PMTE, even though it may take 3 to 4 years, but it will solve the problem. And we are saying to Treasury at least 1.7 billion per financial year. So if Treasury were then to approve all these proposals, significant proposals that we are putting before them, PMT can increase its budget by 5.5 billion, and it will go a long way to respond to maintenance issues. While it will not be enough, but it will address a lot of issues. I must indicate, Chair, National Treasury has come on board because the DG requested Treasury to consider a legal instrument that can force claims departments to pay. Treasury has given us a draft, which is very encouraging, Chairperson, because they also quote Constitution to say, actually, as National Treasury, they will then withhold transfers to any department that is not paying PMTE. We are then saying it's a move in the right direction, but it's at a draft level. We hope the final document will still have that clause, which will then go a long way. But that will only address one part, Chair, to say where clients are owing us. But in terms of the financial recovery plan, as I've indicated, these 3 points, it will go a long way for us then to improve. I must say, Chair, the DG has signed off this financial recovery plan and he's monitoring it. So we hope there will be progress made. There are other areas, Chair, like disposing all surplus properties where we only incur holding cost. We are not utilizing those properties. We are also expecting to get 1.4 billion out of those properties. So in the nutshell, Chair, this is a plan that the department is focusing on, and it's dependent on National Treasury because all these properties are occupied by clients' departments. There are other programs, Chair, in the financial recovery plan, where then we also want to attract private sector through triple Ps to refurbish our properties where then we can then reduce leases. But such program, Chair, you know, triple Ps can take time. Just to plan a triple P can take 2 years to 3 years before you even get into the process of the actual construction. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee and my colleagues from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I will be responding to the question that speaks to the Adopt a Municipality pilot program by Honorable Dr. Skier Kochel. So the Adopt a Municipality pilot program is a special program that Infrastructure South Africa is engaged in 4 municipalities, for 4 municipalities in 4 provinces. One of these municipalities is the Metsimaholo local municipality in the Free State. There, our focus, similar to other municipalities, is on what we call municipal trading services. So projects that we can undertake, preparing and packaging these projects, mobilizing funding for these projects, and also helping municipalities with the technical implementation or providing them with technical capacity to be able to execute or implement those projects. In Metsimaholo specifically, there was a long list of projects, that are sitting on their IDPs, in relation to infrastructure projects or infrastructure services. We identified 6 projects for the Metsimaholo local municipality itself. And in the current financial year, we have prioritized 3. One of them is the establishment of a new regional landfill, because the current landfill or the existing one has reached its end of life and is also failing environmental compliance. And so currently we are working with the municipality on securing a suitable site for the design and construction of a new waste landfill site, using international best practice in waste management, environmental sustainability, and so on. We're also focusing on 2 wastewater treatment works for the municipality. They need to be able to the current one, some of them, one of the current wastewater treatment works of the plant has reached actually its maximum capacity, which means that the municipality is unable to implement some of the new developments in the area or in the municipality because there is no associated infrastructure, municipal bulk infrastructure to support these new developments in the area. And we have now, we are envisaging that we'll complete the actual business cases. So the comprehensive feasibility studies on these 3 projects by the end of August of this year. And then we will be submitting these business cases to the likes of Budget Facility for Infrastructure, of National Treasury, and employing other mechanisms to mobilize funding and financing for these projects. So that's where we are in relation to adopt a municipality pilot program. And that's what we're doing and focusing on from in terms of this municipality itself. Thank you very much, DJ.
The head of PMT.
Thank you, TG. I was just opening my app here. TG, I will cover, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, good afternoon, and the colleagues. TG, I will cover the following, that we do have an MOU that relates to the maintenance of our facilities with user client departments that the TG conclude on an annual basis. And we do have our asset register that we review on an annual basis. However, at this point in time, through the DG, the minister is, and through the minister, the DG has entrusted us, through the DG we have been instructed by the minister that we need to work towards the digitalization of our asset register, and which is a process currently underway through the office of the DG. And I think that is the process that will be concluded soon. In relations to, I will start with the police stations before I also speak on the hijacked buildings. Recently, the DG instructed us to visit and deal with the number of barracks or police stations around, which provides accommodations for our policemen and women in service. And as part of our case study or field project, we then visited the 2 well-known barracks in the PE, the Algoa Park and the Mount Road, of which one of those were in the news recently in relations to how it's poorly managed, it's highly infested with rodents. We then conclude from that visit, because, Honorable Member, most of these barracks are managed by the user client department, which are is the SAPS. What we have experienced in those barracks, Honorable Members, is that as part of our case study or site visit, is that one is poorly managed in terms of waste management, hygiene issues, and the control of users within those barracks. The other one is even to an extent where there are cases of drug dealings or related cases that are happening within those barracks. So we got that report from site, and what we conclude, because it's a report that the DG wants, we are in the process, Honorable Member, of concluding the state of our barracks across the country, and which are those that are better managed. If you may recall, we do have some even in Durban that were closed down due to the poor management of those barracks by the SAPS themselves. We don't manage those barracks on a daily basis. The maintenance of those barracks remains the responsibility of the client department in this case. The security provision remains the client department. So we are busy taking information and developing a report, which will then inform how we better manage these barracks, what is the best case study and the lessons learned out of those barracks that we can emulate across the country. And more than that, what we're working on, I think the report will be ready by the end of this month, which will be then forwarded as per the request of the DG in this regard. We have also undertaken, with regard to the issue of the hijack building, the department recently, finally, after so many years of planning, has finally decided to implement the Operation Bring Back. It's a very highly complex program. It deals with the recovery of the hijacked buildings across the country. And it involves various experts that we have sourced in the private sector, which brings along town planners, it brings along attorneys, which will then deal with the legal aspect of those buildings. Town planners will also assist us to also come up with the highest and best use once those buildings have been returned. So the consortiums are working across the country. They are currently working to identify those buildings and audit them. However, at this point in time, we've identified 1,900, still counting. And I think by the end of the year, we will have concluded the audit process. And in that process, some of these properties will have been recovered. The cost benefit, of course, cannot be quantified in terms of rands and cents because it depends on the scale and the magnitude of some of these buildings. Where there are areas where it's going to be easy to remove and recover, there are areas where we'll need to find alternate accommodation for those occupants or illegally occupants. And there are areas where, for example, in Moy River, in Howick, where this area called Masoshen, there's already a community residential area developed illegally next to the army camp. And we are still working with that one. It's a highly complex one. It might take a bit of a time to conclude, but we are working with the municipality. So in doing so, it's not only us, we are also involving a number of stakeholders in the main local municipalities that are also highly affected by this illegally hijacking of our properties. And some of these are not only buildings, but vacant land that the CFO have said in areas where we need to dispose. We've identified those pockets of land, and we are in the process of disposing so that we can reduce the holding cost and mitigate any risk so far of illegal occupation. So, Chair, the report will be forthcoming in terms of these processes. This is work in progress. It has not yet been concluded. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG.
Through you, Chairperson, the Reverend Temele on graduate development. Chair, I think let me rather respond on the graduate development. Since the DDG Temele, I'm not sure if she's not listening to our meeting. I thought she's connected, but nevertheless, Chair, let me just indicate there is Honorable Makome, the graduate development program that the department is doing via our professional services branch, wherein we really deal with a lot of built environment professions, and in that it's actually coming from a level where we start from high schools, let me just say from grade 10 and up, where we identify gifted kids to do math and science up to matric, and then we take them through when they pass to universities to do what I will call built environment degrees, which covers your engineering, as it were, and then also architect, quantity surveying, town planning, microbiology, and other specific OSD-related technical competencies required by public works, including property management, in some instances finance. And then we also have around that a program. Additional to that, it's the artisans that we train to qualify through the apprenticeship program, where they develop to then support the department as we build a capacity. That program, I must indicate, we work through with a number of stakeholders. In this instance, some sitters help us to work on this. And I must indicate on an average basis, the department does issue annually school leaving children bursaries to go to universities. And this program is always embraced by our minister and deputy minister on an annual basis, where we have gone to poor schools, but yet who are very good in terms of producing good results. I think that would help us in that. But I must indicate there's still more to do, which there's a discussion between myself and the head DG, Dr. Sishi, wherein we want to really score on the skills fund, including those coming from sitters, to increase the number, whereby we're looking at enhancing our once conceptualized academy to be put up to speed so that it produces for the sector, not necessarily for public, but for the sector, so that we can help the government to improve and in sort of provide these much needed skills. Maybe to also add on, Chair, the question raised by Honorable Peter, the issue of maladministration, governance deficiencies, etc. I must indicate that it's one area that is actually part of what we do every day. It's entrenched in our system, and whether it's done internally and or by service providers, on the service providers where there's such areas of corruption linked to quite a number of things where contractors might be using, for instance, grades that are not due to them. They will be blacklisted through CIDB. And in some instances, in the past, we used National Treasury. So also the other issue would be to utilize the government instruments that are available before us. There is Public Protector, there is SIU we use to investigate some of these matters as they come in. I must also indicate the department has got a toll-free number on fraud and corruption, which is actually very busy. And also we also utilize what comes from presidential hotline, including those from National Treasury. I must indicate also that as part of the securing of our assets, if I may indicate particularly the buildings, there is an appreciation that government has got the biggest portfolio of properties spread across provinces. The strategy, as the head of PMT has indicated, we want to, let me just make an example on houses. We want to, as far as possible, get the houses that are empty to be occupied for as long as they are ready for such by people who are going to be able to pay rent, so that we are able to reduce our holding costs on those properties. The second part is those properties that are also owned by the state, still not manned. We provide security to them as we seek to get clients around them. So I think part of our aim as part of the CFO's explanation earlier with the recovery plan, we are saying if we spend at least 400 million on security of securing unused properties, there is a possibility that when we then take these properties and rent them out, we might have to save money from security and use the money from somewhere else. And then that will then assist us in terms of reducing the cost. Maybe the other aspect on the management of our portfolio around the funding aspect, I think the CFO indicated the letters that we've written and also what Treasury has done, which I think I'm very happy with the decision of the DG to look at the decision of the DG of National Treasury to hold back for those clients that are not able to pay the money to the department. But I must indicate we are running for PMTE on an overdraft to try and cover what we could cover. But that is not sustainable because our baseline is no longer sustainable to keep up with the needs and also the challenges that we are facing at the level we are. Thank you very much, Chair. I think we'll patch in as we take the second bite of questions, and other colleagues on the platform will also come in. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ndakane. Let us go over to Honourable Nzimande. Honourable members, I'm just keeping one eye on the clock here. We are due to take the presentation from our portfolio committee at 4 o'clock, and we don't want them to sit and wait for us while we're finishing this meeting. So let's try and keep our questions brief, and I can just ask the administration as well to keep responses brief and to the point. Thank you very much, Honourable Nzimande.
No, I'm not thinking that you are psychologically asking that I should enjoy fewer minutes than others. I don't take such, but obviously I'm gonna be very short, like always. I'm concerned that the manner the department is responding in terms of the activities they've undertaken. But I guess the question intended to see expression in the plans whether such exist. I would ask mine along those lines. The first question related to work opportunities. We have been struggling and we have been saying the impact is always important when you deal with the plans. And hence there was a need to deal with the issue of massification and the exit plan. I might have lost that point because that's how we should hold them accountable, whether it has such expression. The second one relates to the issue of, obviously, as you are moving towards the closer to 2020 to 2030, the TDP priority 3, which deals with the issue of capacity or in terms of the infrastructure, dealing with differentiated support model for municipalities, where it does find expression. I've heard partly on the activity they're talking about that they're dealing with that. The last part, which probably could have been answered, but the intention here is to see the impact and also enable us to hold the department accountable. On the issue of PMTE, a problem is known and is canvassed and it's understood, but there must be some way of dealing with such a challenge that continuously persists. The audit compliance challenges, does it find expression, and if it does, how? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nzimande. Let us go over to Honourable Muiman.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also appreciate the presentation from the DG's team. Just two from my side. The program around Welly Sizwe rural bridges. It will be important just to get a sense as to whether is it still an integral part, because I thought I might have missed it. Particularly around the delivery milestone that is planned for this financial year. And then the last one, the government precinct program that was raised in last year's APP. It will be important also just to get a sense as to what are the plans around the intensification of that. If there are challenges, what are the challenges? Because I think in a manner in which it was raised in the previous financial year, the expectation is that this year it should also be an integral part of the APP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. Let's take the questions in from Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all colleagues and the department. My first question, Chair, or firstly, let me welcome the report and also thank the consideration that the department have made in terms of Section 217 of the Constitution, but the taste of the pudding is in the eating. So we have heard that in terms of budget, we are not doing well. There's a high deficit. But that on its own, it also challenges the department. How are you going to maximize the usage of TVET colleges with the graduates? Secondly, how do we then elevate more than Mxoli's Kaunda PTY Ltd, the social enterprises? 3, how do we then do the same program like we are doing with Sakisizwe Bridges? With the SNDF, why are we paying for the upkeep of those who are in correctional services, but they do not help us to maintain public facilities? Lastly, the government has reviewed the representation or the equity on the employment of persons with disabilities to 3% this financial year, but the target for 2030 is 7%. How are we faring to ensure that we fulfill that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. That's good and short and sweet. Honorable Teza, let's do your questions as well. And then I've just got one question and then we can go over to answers. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and be pointed. I just want to check the insourcing plan of the department, because they spoke about the engineering. Everything is available according to their responses, you know. So I just wanted to check whether they have an insourcing plan for those engineers and artisans of their departments to ensure that they cut the middleman and save the money for the engineers themselves, and save the money also for them to participate in the economy and put the money back into their pockets. I just wanted to check that. The second thing that I wanted to check is, just given that over 7,464 state-owned buildings were identified as being poor or very poor condition nationally, including hundreds of vacant and extremely dilapidated structures. And considering that no comprehensive provincial breakdown has been publicly consolidated, despite the severe fiscal and social implications, what are the exact numbers of the state-owned buildings classified as poor, very poor, vacant, hijacked, or earmarked for demolition in each province for the 2026-2027 financial year? What percentage of the department's movable asset portfolio this represents for per province? And what consequence management measures have been instituted against officials responsible for the maintenance failures, asset neglect, and irregular leasing practices that continue to burden the state with avoidable private accommodation costs? And then I wanted to move to this thing, Chair, as part of my just I'm logging in and out due to network between these things. Just bear with me here. And then Chair, I had a question on because the APP claims the department is shifting to become an economic and jobs contributor. What concrete structural reform distinguish this from previous years where similar claims were made, but unemployment still hikes, still goes high, escalates? How does the department reconcile its reliance on public-private partnership with the need for state-led infrastructure development? And then on the last one, Chair, on EPWP, you can just hang on. I just wanted to check the destination, man, Chair, of the EPWP participants. Are these people, as participants of the EPWP, logged into that program? What are the successes that came out of this program as a safety net, if you like? What are the programs that have come out? What are the people? What number of people that have come out of it as leading a sustainable life? Because I'm worried, Chair, that you can harbor people up until 82 years of age within the program without necessarily have a plan to actually take them out and place them properly into sustainable spaces where they lead their lives while they are participating in the economy. Thank you very much. Those are my questions, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Treza, and I think you've introduced the question that I wanted to ask beautifully there. DG Ndakane, I'd like to maybe just ask you to touch on, or somebody in your department touch on the recent announcement by the Minister on working on infrastructure, the Working on Infrastructure initiative in the EPWP program, and how that will impact on the EPWP program and how that will physically change people's lives. Thank you very much. That's all from me. If we can then get responses from the department on those questions.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, Chairperson, I will try to squeeze, because I'm managing your time, that we answer within 1.5 minutes each. So starting with Lwazi, who's going to deal with the overall issue of employment opportunities, and then followed by CJ at the summary level, then the head of PMTE. Last part one, I'll summarize at the end. Thank you very much. Lwazi?
Thank you, TG. On the question of work employment opportunities and the plans, yes, the determination of the targets that will be spread across, in this case of the department with work opportunities that are created by CPM. It's also a plan, is an engagement with the departments, client departments that basically have the budget, but also a plan is to work it into the terms of references for the contractors to then create those work opportunities, and then the department monitors those as contributing to the work opportunities dashboard that is managed by EPWP. Similar approach again with the work opportunities created in facilities. So there are plans and strategies that are monitored in that. And overall, with the sector standardized indicators with the provinces, we also have a plan on how that we monitor it. We've got a quarterly monitoring called NAPROF, National and Provincial Monitoring process, that we monitor those plans, and then we reconcile those figures as well as so from a minimum point of view, those plans are also there in relation to the contribution by each of the various stakeholders, including public bodies that are reporting on those as well. Thank you, Chair.
CJ?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and members and DG and colleagues. In terms of mainstreaming, the key for us is to continue to advocate the advancement of programs. However, we started the 5 years with careful planning, and so obviously we know the objective is for 5 million this financial year. We are faced with a lot of pressure because budgets have been declining for the community work program, for the environmental programs, for the NPO program, And so we're trying to still maintain the target. However, it's very difficult because some programs rely heavily on the direct funding received. In relation to exit, we do monitor in terms of the impact of the program, keeping in mind that we look at the most vulnerable in society that generally would not have been absorbed in the economy, and therefore we provide employment and income support. But the statistic shows us that we are looking at about 19% of persons that go on to find permanent opportunities. Then the last one is the Working for Infrastructure, which for us is obviously an amazing program because it touches on a few areas. Number one, it is a demand-led approach. So even if we say the economy is not absorbing people, what we're simply saying is if we actually have interventions where the public bodies are undertaking infrastructure and training people, then the absorption for those participants is going to be greater because the demand is there for the next few years. So it's a demand-led approach. It's a youth-orientated approach. It is a skilling approach. And working with the TIVETs is fundamental over here. So what we are finding is that, especially in dealing with some of the reform issues, is fundamental. There is criticism of the program in terms of recruitment and selection, and that's why we've partnered with Arambi. Another key strategy which links exit is to be able to work with SAPOA and work then also with the NBI to help the participants once they have exited to find opportunities, permanent opportunities. So we believe that strategy is going to take us to quite a bit of heights and also going to address some of the challenges that we've heard from with our participants. Thank you.
Sibande.
Thank you, DG. Let me start with the precinct. We have worked out over the last few years a number of projects that will be identified for precinct development across the country. And we have so far worked out on the following, where we have identified precinct in terms of those that are funded and those that will require funding. In the nutshell, we are targeting 54 precincts across the country. And we have also outlined priority precincts. For example, Mthatha Government Precinct, we've got the Howick Government Precinct, Kamakwe Government Precinct, East London, and Cape Town Cluster. However, we do have the following funded precinct, DG. One is in the Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela Bay, Mangaung, eThekwini, Msunduzi, Greater Kokstad, and Reinkonyeni. Those are funded at the planning stage. However, what we are also looking at is Mbombela, Solpaki, and in the Western Cape, we've got Worcester as part of that. The funded priority ones that we are at the advanced stage where we've already done the design is the Polokwane one, and which is a potential development of 91,000 square. And we've got the Johannesburg CBD Gunye Precinct, which is 25,500 square, which we also have the one in Mpumalanga called the Carolina one, again, which cover that particular area in Mpumalanga. Those are at an advanced stage. The Carolina one is 55,770 square. It addresses the number of buildings or office accommodation in that particular area. Then Kamakwe Precincts, Kamakwe is it's 5,546. What is then happening, DG in the chair, is that we are working around the clock to currently work with the client departments to ensure that we identify funding for the top structure. In an event that the client department they're unable to fund, we are also working with GTech to bring us transitional advisors who will then develop a business case and then submit that business case for the approval of the client user department. And once that has been done, we'll then go to the market through the Triple P approach that the CFO has identified earlier on. And this is another intervention, another pillar that we are currently employing to reduce our dependency on private leases. And in that case, we'll then develop capacity in the utilization of state assets. In terms of the state of our buildings across the country, we can bring a presentation. It gives an outline in terms of each province and which departments are adversely affected across the country. But in the main, we require, as per last year's condition assessment, we require around 29 billion rand to really mitigate some of the severe cases that requires immediate intervention. What we have done is you have seen that our budget has been declining over the last 10 years. And that speaks to the impact it has in our capacity to maintain our buildings. I might say from my own observation and experience, for example, Hosimakuru, the prison here in Pretoria is one of those adversely affected buildings that will definitely has a huge risk in terms of its state. I've had a meeting recently with the DDG FM. There's already a business case submitted this morning to the DG, and who is already principle approved, that we will be coming up with solutions. The state of our magistrates across the country requires immediate intervention. The state of our police stations across the country requires our immediate intervention. Apart from office accommodation, the functional accommodation is one of our priority areas. So what we will be doing, we will be going out to the market as I was briefed by the DGFM, that he will need to also come up with the commitment from the client department, and we will then involve the private sector to assist where client department can make the finances, they can commit over the next 3 years, and then he will utilize the private sector funding. So Dr. Porta has developed a business case and is the newly appointed DDG for facility management, and working with his team at Chief Director Samuels and the others, they will be able to roll out this program, which will then offset the impact of those facilities. But it's a work in progress. I hope by the end of the year, we will have secured the commitment from client department, and they will have already gone out to the market to solicit the participation of the private sector to come in and assist and front load some of the capital outlay for such infrastructure development. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to add a few items in this, just to respond to Honorable Kaunda. The use of inmates, Honorable Kaunda, has been one of the best strategies to eliminate and reduce minimal costs on maintenance at a center level. When I say center, I'm talking about correctional center level. And I'm very happy that the National Commissioner of Correctional Services, Mr. Tobakale, has been really utilizing these inmates quite a lot, even to build community correction centers, which I think as Public Works we really welcome. I think it's one of the program, Honorable Kaunda, that I want to indicate to you. Even at Correctional Services, they do train the inmates to become artisans in terms of their own program within correctional services, and also with defense as well. I think you may witness that some of the big programs like the Welisi's Bridges program, which is a presidential infrastructure program, we really utilize quite a lot of the skills and or the expertise from defense around the engineering formation, where we deliver this infrastructure across all our provinces in terms of building these well-seasoned bridges across the country. Maybe what will be very important is to indicate that part of the other aspect that we may be having challenges on, especially for those that we train as Public Works, if it's big numbers, is the issue of absorption, which was raised by Honorable Kanya, where the insourcing plan that is asking the department currently is busy working on this particular matter, because what has happened, Honorable Kanya and Kaunda, around the issue of the people that we train and they become registered and professionalized, was the lack of DPSA allowing us to create, if I may say, the production positions. So what we have done now, we are engaging with DPSA to create these positions across our regions, so that when these people finish at the university and have qualified as professional engineers, architects, etc., Public Works will absorb them. But the strategy is to look at utilizing these skills throughout other departments, because there's some base maintenance that must happen at a client level. In other words, defense must be able to do a certain level of maintenance, which we give them authority to do that, same as correctional service and everybody else. So I think these are going to be helping us going into the future once those positions are held. But at the moment, you find that some of them, if they finish, we lose them to private sector, having trained them, Honorable Kaunda, from school, only to find that they are getting taken for free by a private sector. So I think we're trying to avert that from happening. Thank you very much, Honorable Banhorst, and I think we will take anything if there's any request for us to provide any report. Especially, I look at Honorable Nzimande. He asked that these plans that we have, do they exist or not? If they've got impact, I think it will be very important for us to sort of expand on that, especially on these programs that we keep on talking about, because as you said, things are known about the failures of our systems, etc. But what is the impactful plan that we are actually following towards achieving a better solution for Public Works to be sustainable? Thank you very much, Honorable Panos.
Thank you very much, DG Ndakane. Thank you very much to you and your team. Mr. Sitole, I heard you. I haven't forgotten about the engagement that we promised with National Treasury and those user departments that are in default. We're going to have them at our committee meeting. It is on our program. We are also going to invite the applicable select committee chairpersons for those departments to assist us in doing the sustainable oversight with regard to those payments. With that, thank you very much to the department. Thank you for the presentations. Thank you to the members for your inputs and your questions. Mr. Ndakane, we will now excuse the department, and we thank you once again, and we're looking forward to our next engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable members, we now go on to the second part of our meeting, Part B, which will be the consideration of the of candidates for the appointment to the Aviation Safety Investigation Board, as well as the Transport Economic Council. This will be in the form of a briefing by the Portfolio Committee on Transport with regards to the process that they followed in these appointments. And we will then have two reports with regards to this to note at the end of the presentation. Can we then just do quick introductions again? Let me just check, is there somebody from the Portfolio Committee online that's going to be doing the presentation?
Chair Advocate Almanel, I am present. I did see my chairperson in your holding room earlier, Mr. Selamolela. I'm not sure if he is audible.
I'm here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to colleagues in the platform. Good afternoon, Alma.
Good afternoon, Chair Selamolela. Well, you're very welcome here. Let me just do formal introductions. My name is Rikus Badenhorst. I'm a permanent delegate from the Western Cape. Let us go over to, and I'm just going to follow my list that I see here. Honourable Treza. Okay, Honourable Treza, I think you're battling with connectivity. Let's go over to Dr. Skerkwagel.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Igor Skierkogel. I am a permanent delegate from the Free State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Honorable Mabebo.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm struggling. My name is Honorable Mabebo Soli from the Northwest Province, a permanent delegate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Peter.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Mandla Peter, permanent delegate from Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malakome, our whip. Let's move on to Honorable Moimang.
Good afternoon, Chair, and my fellow colleagues from the Portfolio Committee. My name is Kenny Muimang. I'm a member of this Select Committee representing Northern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. Honorable Kaunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to your counterpart, Honorable Slamlel, and the entire delegation. My name is Mqolis Kaunda from KwaZulu-Natal, permanent delegate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande.
Good afternoon. My name is Chablan Nzimande, permanent delegate from Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us then just check. Honorable Malakome, are you back with us?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Regina Molokome, permanent delegate from Limpopo Province. I'm also the whip of this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Treza, are you back with us? Yeah, doesn't seem like that. Thank you very much, Chair from our sister Portfolio Committee, Sela Molela. Thank you very much for your presence this afternoon. You are welcome to introduce your delegation.
Thanks very much, Honorable Madam Host, and greetings to your colleagues from the Select Committee and all that, and your support team that is present. I'm not sure, Valerie, is my support team here? Valerie, are you here? I'm asking because earlier on when I joined, I realized I almost thought I entered into a wrong meeting because I could hear that the issues which were being discussed were not the issues I'm familiar with. So I guess most of our members may have came in and went out, but I think we are sorting that. Valerie, if I spoke to our support team earlier on to assure members that we are in the right meeting because I was equally confused. Valerie, are you back? Alma, is Valerie here?
I've been in the meeting.
Oh, you are here. Do you have an understanding of who our members are here so that they can introduce themselves if they have joined? I know some might have went out because of the challenge that we experienced earlier on when we arrived and find that we might perhaps be in a wrong meeting. But if you can check that, Valerie. That was a technical challenge, Honorable Baden Host, that we had to deal with. But I strongly believe that they should then be able to join.
Chair, you will welcome to the world of select committees in the National Council of Provinces. You know that we cluster. So this committee looks after transport, public works and infrastructure, Minister in the Presidency, the National Development Plan 2030. And straight after this meeting, we're going to go into our sister committees meeting, which is COCTA, which also looks after water and sanitation, human settlements, traditional affairs and public service. So welcome to the world of multitasking. And that's maybe why your members got confused when they checked in, because we in the NCOP, we deal with many things. But let us continue. We are in your hands for the briefing on the 2 items that you want to inform us on. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks very much. You would know that we had to brief you on we have run the process of appointing members of the Civil Aviation Safety Investigation Board, the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. Our team is going to take you through. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we also ran the shortlisting and interviews for appointment of members of Transport Economic Council, which in terms of the law, we are expected to run through you so that we've got concurrence before we can move to another stage. The another stage would be now, if you concur with our process and give us a thumbs up, we would then be able to take both sets of names to the minister to make. We have made our own recommendation, which Alma is going to take you through. And then from there, you can then we can then, if you give a concurrence, we'll then be able to take it to the ministry for final appointment based on the recommendation that we have made. So it is against this background that we are intruding into your space. We know that we have been requesting that you alter your program, and we are really grateful to the fact that you are able to accommodate it. This is because of the fact that there is pressure in terms of these 2 boards, in terms of the work that they're supposed to be doing. The department has really run out of time. We need to have this board as speedily as possible, especially because of the Transport Economic Council. The act that is supposed to oversee has just kicked into effect with the start of this financial year. And we also have to ensure that the Aviation Safety Investigation Board appointments are also finalized, so that we have a full component of what is happening in the civil aviation space being complete. So this is against this background that I'll request Advocate Nell, who's our content advisor. He's here with Dr. Ngesi, who's our researcher. We also have Valerie, this is the support team that we have. We also have Disang, who is also in the office of the chair. So their role is to really ensure that this package is ready for presentation before you. They've been doing a lot of work behind the scene. So I think they are now ready with the report to take you through, Chair. Alma?
Thank you, chairpersons and committee members. The first one is purely out of alphabetical order, and it was also the first one the committee sat on, is the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. Both of these are new in the legislation, so it was the committee's first go also at processing the statutory appointments. I'm sure members have had the chance to take a look at the presentations. This is just some background in terms of what the Aviation Safety Investigation Board does. So this is, in short, the minister does the call for the nominations. The minister also then appoints a panel of experts to sit and shortlist their candidates, and those candidates are sent to the committee. Initially, 10 candidates were sent to the committee, but one of them had withdrawn at the time that we started the process. So the interview was for 9 members. The committee will then, we've gone through the process and proposed 7 names. And once the minister receives this from the House, then the minister will appoint 5 members to the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. This is a requirement in terms of ICAO and Annex 13 of the Chicago Convention. It's very important for our auditing by ICAO as well, to keep our aviation safety standards in the country, to have an independent investigation board. Currently, it is sitting under the SACA, the South African Civil Aviation Authority. So the provisions, the most important one for us for the process was Section 15, that just gives the longer explanation of the short summary I gave to members. The objects of the Aviation Safety Investigation Board is contained in section 11. And in the interest of time, Chair, I will be moving quite fast through the legislation. Section 25 deals with the duties. And section 30 deals with the functions. And 31, the powers. In terms of the requirements, we had to look at section 16 when we considered the candidates. They would have to have technical knowledge in matters relating to civil aviation, special skills, professional standing, expertise or experience, and possess the suitable qualifications, expertise, and experience in the field of aviation accident and incident investigation. Section 17, also then just the filling of vacancies. If there are any vacancies that pop up from time to time, what that process will be. And then the disqualification criteria was also considered by the committee. There were no criminal convictions. All of the applicants are South African citizens. And in questions, none of them answered in the positive. There was a state security report done, and those concerns that were raised within the state security report for two of the candidates were addressed during the interview process as well. And further to that, we've also done a background check in terms of their business interests. And that's also where they would have to declare if they have an interest in any aviation functions. There was also a few of the nominees or the candidates that may have interests, and we are flagging that for the Minister for consideration prior to the appointment. That is where section 24 comes in, the conflict of interests. A number of our candidates are either active in the industry as pilots or advisors, or have worked as trainers within the accident and incident investigation fields. Also taken into consideration section 195 of the Constitution, that was applicable and will be applicable to both of these entities as well. And these types of questions were worked into the questions during the interviews. In terms of the consultation with the Select Committee, this is was not specific in the Act. When we compare this to the TEC's legislation, it's very clear there's a specific reference in that to the Select Committee. That's why there was a little bit of confusion in terms of the tabling and referral of the matter for the committees, but that has been set right with the letter coming from the Minister to also refer this to the Select Committee. In terms of our report, the referral to the committee was on 28 August, and the shortlisted candidates submitted by the Minister there. There was a public invitation by the ministry side in the Sunday Times City Press and on the website of SACA. That was on the 8th of April 2024. So it was about a year and a half after they started their process that we received the nominations. In terms of the shortlisting process done by the Minister, this commenced on the 13th of December 2024. And the list of the 10 shortlisted candidates are on your screen. Then the committee conducted the interviews on 26 and 27 February, indicating that Mr. Mashubane had withdrew his candidacy. The panel of the committee members are also indicated for members there on the screen. Then the verification and screening, I've already indicated that we've done both the state security screening as well as verifying their current jobs and directorships on companies. And the deliberation following the interviews was done on the second day of the interviews, 27 February. And the proposed candidates are listed in order of preference. It was Colonel Segone, Ms. Mbulayeni, Mr. Graham, Ms. Chue, Ms. Manganya, Mr. Murosi, and Ms. Moeletsi. The probity considerations, despite the checks that we have done and the state security reports, there were two different state security reports that we also had to consider and check, and both of the issues in both of those reports were discussed and questioned during the interview process. And the Minister will just have to be sure that before she is ready to do her final appointment of the candidates, that those matters that were highlighted within the state security has been resolved based on the comments that we heard from Coronel Segone. The judgments that was referred to in the report have been rescinded. So that should be resolved. And then there were some credit concerns with Ms. Moeletsi, and she had also indicated that she had made arrangements to deal with those creditor repayments. In terms of possible conflict of interests, just indicating the nominees that have interests within the aviation sector. One was Ms. Moeletsi with Kitso Aviation Services, which she indicated is no longer operational. Mr. Murosi with Kishugo Aviation Division. He's also part of the Link by Airlink, also working with Airlink and Skukuza Airport Management Company, so there might be conflicts of interest considering him. Ms. Mbulayeni, Argentec Solutions, also does some work within the aviation industry. Ms. Manganya is currently employed at ATNS with the controllers, and then Ms. Chue deals with Recreation Aviation Administration South Africa, but she has indicated that she's no longer active within that association. They deal with drones and recreation aviation. So the request for the committee is just to give any input if there is any on the ASIP appointments, and then the portfolio committee will also be able to finalize their report in terms of this. So that is the presentation on ASIP. Chair, I just want to check if I should go directly into the TEC or if there's questions on ASIP before continuing with this one.
I suggest we do both and then we do the questions afterwards, if that's okay.
Yes, yes. Thanks, for the notes. Thanks, Honorable, for the notes. And thanks, Alma. You can proceed, I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Just loading the TEC. The TEC is our Transport Economic Council, more of an adjudication body that will be working hand in hand with the Transport Economic Board under the Economic Regulations of Transport Act. This is a new entity. We already have quite a few under transport, but this entity will absorb a number of our regulators. The first one that they will be starting with is the Ports Regulator of South Africa, and then later on cross-border. The cross-border authority will also come in, and some of our aviation regulators in terms of pricing, tariffs, those issues. A regulator like the Railway Safety Regulator, for example, will not be brought in because they do not deal with the economic aspects. Let me just go back. In terms of their functions, just a short summary, they will be considering the decisions that have been taken by the board or the regulators under the ERTA, the Economic Regulation of Transport Act. And if there are any concerns in terms of the decisions taken by the regulator, they can also take care of the direct appeals that may come from persons that have been or will be affected by these decisions. So the council doesn't necessarily need board skills. They need more skills that focus on adjudication. And they would also need transport skills and financial skills because we are dealing with quite a number of financial possibilities and models. So in terms of the appointment process, the minister does the call for nominations. The full list of nominations is then sent to the committee. It was over 70 nominees that we've received. We do a first shortlisting process, and out of that, we shortlisted about 23. And from those shortlisted candidates, we've had quite a few withdrawals, and one candidate sadly passed away. And the committee then interviewed the remainder of the shortlisted candidates. The committee will then have to supply a list of 9 candidates for the Minister of Transport to consider, or at least 9, but not more than 11. And then the minister will then appoint between 5 and 9 of those members as the TEC Council. So again, that's just they do adjudicative and review functions and serve as an independent appeals mechanism for the economic regulation. They serve a period of 4 years, and they need relevant experience in law, economics, accounting, and the transportation industry. A minimum of 5 members and a maximum of 9. And the minister will then decide either full-time or part-time in terms of making those appointments and where needed to fill vacancies that may come up from time to time. So it is established in terms of Section 46 of the Act. The council members, just the outline of how the council is constituted is in Section 47. And this is our process that we followed. And here is where I'm indicating 47.3C has the specific mention there of the Select Committee in the National Council of Provinces. Section 47 is just a continuation there in terms of what can be done in terms of the appointment, full-time or part-time, and then how members can be removed and for what reasons they can be removed. Sections 31, 48, and 49 are read with 47. For the criteria for appointment, and if we look at the key functions, I've already indicated this in the short summary. Their functions are in Section 48 and Section 25. The qualifications of the board, Section 31. The board qualifications also apply to the council qualifications. That is why we've just added this in the presentation, just to note those have been considered during the interviews. And Section 48, the functions and procedures of the council are indicated there. 49 is conflicts of interests. Again, we've had background checks. We did the checks on companies. There is just one outstanding clarity that we've needed from our Parliament Protection Services on the status of the security screening that was done, because the report submitted looked different to the state security reports that we have received for ASIP. In terms of what I've indicated with the previous one, again, Section 195 was also considered in terms of the interview questions and the scoring. The consultation with the Select Committee is similar to the procedure envisaged in NA Rule 167E. And that's the process that we are implementing today. So just the background, the matter was referred to the committee on 15 September 2025 in the ATC. The minister indicated the list of the nominated candidates and sent the CVs as well. The notice or the call for the nominations was in the Government Gazette, as well as the Mail and Guardian, Beeld, and City Press. And that was also about a year before we've received the nominations from the minister's office. The meeting on 27 November was where the committee did the shortlist of the 23 candidates. Just to make them fit onto the screen, I put them 2 by 2 next to each other. So those were our 23 candidates. We ended up conducting interviews of 18, and it's indicated the persons that have withdrawn was Ms. Nichols. Dr. Skeepers unfortunately passed away. Advocate January also withdrew. And Dr. Sinatle, which is also senior counsel, withdrew. And then Ms. Mchali did not submit the requested documents in order to comply with these background screening processes. The interviews were done on 5 and 6 March. The interview panel, similar to our first panel. And then we did the screening checks again. The securities check was done by the Parliament Protection Services, and the CIPC and work screenings were done through assistance from our HR department. On 10 March, the committee then considered the scores and deliberated on the scores and proposed the following 11 nominees. Dr. Muyana, who has transport and transport economics background. Mr. Manzini, transport background. Dr. Miller, very strong on economics. Advocate Gopal, both legal background as well as economics. Ms. Bani Pashad, economics and appeal experience. Ms. Snedlantla Mtembu, legal and adjudication experience. Ms. Zwane, transport and engineering experience. Dr. Nilueni, transport and engineering. Dr. Mkoko, transport and engineering. Ms. Beck, legal and adjudication experience. And Advocate Block, legal and adjudication experience. Again, just that probity warning in the report that the minister will have to just consider that the following candidates have directorships or business interests that may lead to a conflict of interest. Advocate Gopal and Dr. Neluheni, as well as Dr. Ndoko, have current business interests within the transport sector. And then just the request there, again, from the committee for the select committee to consider and make input as they see fit. Thank you, Chair. From my side, those are the 2 presentations. I just want to stop sharing. There we go.
Well, thank you very much. Have you got anything to add, Chair Salamonella?
I'm now in your hand, Honorable Baden Host. I'm in your hand and the hand of the honorable members of the Select Committee.
Great, thank you very much. Honorable members, there you have it. As was indicated in the presentations, the Portfolio Committee does not seek our consensus. That is not required. They are doing a consultative process with our committee to ensure that any questions we might have on the appointment process or the selection process of the candidates that indeed fulfill the requirements. And from, if I may lead from the chair, from where I'm sitting, it looked like a very comprehensive process and that all the boxes were ticked. But let us take inputs from any of our members if there's anything. Honorable Nzimande, I see your hand. Any other hands? Good. Thank you very much, Honorable Nzimande. Your inputs?
No, it's just a question, just few questions. The first one relates to the first part on the conflict of interest that was identified for few. Did the Portfolio Committee go beyond that point of what they've been told on a face value on who had a potential for conflict of interest? Because it shouldn't create a problem tomorrow that beyond this point something comes out and it showed that there was no thorough application of screening of the candidates. The next one relates to the second part. On a price control approval, whether there is a built-in mechanism for dispute resolution to deal with that aspect. The last two ones then relate to, which is nearly similar again, that sometimes obviously if you conduct investigation, it's part of the TC, as part of its functions, conducting of the ISR investigation and enforcement, is that not necessarily having some element of being a referee and a player in the process? Is there a mechanism that deals with the dispute of facts on what is established through investigation? The last one is just on the recommended, one pointed in recommended names. Again, in relation to these ones, has there been really a thorough checks and balances to check them in terms of eligibility, which may not necessarily create a problem for tomorrow, other than the question of experience and qualification? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nzimande. Let us take the questions from or inputs from Honourable Moimang as well.
Thank you, Chairperson. Again, greetings to yourself and Honourable Chair Sulamulela. Just the one question which I suspect will guide us in the future in engaging in a matter of a matter similar to this one. Because I think what is critical, I think, is the need to ensure that consultation is not a mere formality, but is meaningful, because the question that I want to pose is because Section 47(3)(c) in the presentation outline the requirement on the part of the portfolio to consult with the select committee before finalizing the recommended list. But now there is a paragraph that says the portfolio committee does not have to agree with the select committee, because it says consultation does not require consensus. The portfolio committee must decide how to respond to any queries. What is the legal basis for this assertion? Because the Section 47(3)(c) says, which is the legal basis, which says that there is a need for the portfolio committee to consult with the select committee. Just a need to at least ensure that in the past there's a meaningful consultation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Moimang. Chair Sulamulela, I'll let you, I think the Advocate Nell will probably answer the questions through you, but I'll leave it over to you. Thank you very much. Have we lost Chair Sulamulela?
I'm here, Honorable Badenhorst. I thought Alma will come in. Alma?
Okay, good. Okay, that's through you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the conflict of interests, the committee did the checks via the databases that are available to us, as well as the state security checks. We've also done online checks and searches, and in terms of the questions that were asked, all the possible business interest questions were raised with the candidates during the session and the interview. Members, the different members would have then taken that and done a scoring on the possible impact that the conflict of interest may have represented, and that scoring was reflected in the final scores of the candidates. But in terms of the conflict of interest, the committee felt that the responses were sufficient to still nominate the candidates. It's more of the possible conflicts rather than a disqualification. So they didn't fall under the disqualification to participate or be members of either ASIP or the TEC. Where the conflict of interest comes in is where they will need to be sure, and all these candidates have indicated during the meetings that should a conflict of interest arise in a particular matter that is serving before them, they will be recusing themselves. But the minister is the next check gate or checkpoint. And from her side, she will then also determine whether or not these candidates will, for example, the ones that are serving at the entities or have business interests, whether or not they recuse themselves during sessions, or whether they leave those appointments or those positions. Some of them have indicated that they will be removing themselves as directors. In terms of the built-in mechanism for dispute resolution, I wasn't sure, Honourable Member, whether that was for the TEC or the ASIP. Considering that one along with the TEC question in terms of being a referee and the player at the same time, that is why the TEC is essentially separated from the Transport Economic Regulator Board. The TEC doesn't deal with the initial determination for tariffs or fares, and in terms of ASIP as well, it's a separate investigation body. So ASIP is outside of the Civil Aviation Authority, who oversees the safety aspects in terms of regulating safety within our airspace, doing the checks and the investigations in terms of safety compliance. So ASIP will come in when there is an incident where either an aircraft overran their taxi point or their landing point and ran into one of our bridges, or one of the vehicles runs into the wing of the aircraft like we have had recently, or small aviation aircraft that have crashes. So that's where our ASIP comes in. The legislation also, in terms of the aviation safety, allows the police to come in for their processes when there are those incidents or accidents where there are fatalities. So we believed when we had the legislation before the committee, I'm sure the select committee also, when they had those pieces of legislation, ensured that the legislation would be able to cover those concerns. In terms of the checks and balances for eligibility, considering their backgrounds, their qualifications, what they've done, the committee did feel that the candidates were suitably qualified and experienced. In terms of ASIP, it was a very strong group of candidates that were shortlisted by the aviation specialists and sent through. And in terms of the Transport Economic Council, the committee did pick the best out of the nominees for their fields, and they are a capable group of candidates in our assessment. Then in terms of the process, Chair, for the TEC, we requested a input from the legal section, legal advisors. I'm just the content advisor for the committee, so I'm not providing the legal advice, but from the legal section, we received what was needed in terms of the consensus or the consultation with the TEC. We would have loved to be able to sit with the select committee, especially with ASIP in terms of doing the interviews. And I do believe that the committee will consider that going forward to have a stronger inclusion of the select committee. But in terms of the consultation aspect from legal side, they were the ones that used the words and indicated that we do not need consensus and that the committee can determine what they do with the input that comes from the select committee. So, Chair, those are the questions on these two appointments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there anything you would like to add, Chair Silamolela?
Honorable Baden-Host, I think it's sufficient unless if members still want to ask something.
Don't see any more hands. I think, honorable members, let us then go over to the reports in terms of these presentations. Dr. Clark, you are our content advisor. Could you then please take us through the two reports? We'll do them one at a time, and then ask the committee to note them after each one has been done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Baden-Host, in that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you also to my peer advocate now for handing over the baton to me. So what we'll start similar as Advocate Nell has done. We'll start with the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. So in front of us, we have the draft report on the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Ministry in the Presidency, on the Portfolio Committee on Transport's recommendation of preferred nominees for appointment to the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. Have you considered the process undertaken by the Portfolio Committee? The Select Committee reports as follows. The report starts by reflecting on Section 152D and E of the Civil Aviation Amendment Act, referred to as the Act for the rest of this report. It requires of the Minister of Transport to forward shortlisted ASIP candidate nominations to Parliament, which the Minister duly did. In correspondence to the Select Committee dated 29 April 2026, the Portfolio Committee set out the process undertaken in interviewing and screening candidates as per the requirements of the Act. The correspondence also drew the Select Committee's attention to National Assembly Rule 167E that provides for the general powers of the Portfolio Committee to consult with a committee of the Council. Subsequent to that, a request for Parliament to interview, and that is simply the title of the referral, Honourable Chairperson and members. The referral was titled Request for Parliament to interview the shortlisted candidates for appointments as members to the Aviation Safety Investigation Board. That referral was to the Select Committee, was contained in ATC number 75 of 2026, published on Monday, 4 May 2026. So earlier this week, honourable members. In today's meeting, the meeting of 7 May 2026, the Select Committee was briefed on the process undertaken by the Portfolio Committee against the requirements of the Act. And having been consulted by the Portfolio Committee, the Select Committee reports that it notes that the Portfolio Committee has complied with the requirements of the Act in the process followed to recommend preferred nominees for appointments to the ASIP, to the Minister. That the report be considered. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Our next report
yeah, let's do both the reports, then we'll do the consideration. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Clark, let's do the second report as well.
Yes, I'm just waiting. There we go.
Ah, there we go. Thank you.
So the second report follows the similar formulation, Chair, reporting on the Portfolio Committee's recommendation of preferred nominees for appointment to the Transport Economic Council. Having considered the process undertaken by the Portfolio Committee, the Select Committee reports as follows. Section 47 sub 3 of the Economic Regulations of Transport Act requires of the Minister of Transport to forward shortlisted candidate nominations to the relevant portfolio committee, who must in a consensus-seeking manner consult with the relevant select committee in the National Council of Provinces, in this case being our select committee. In correspondence dated 18 March 2026, the Portfolio Committee sets out the process undertaken in interviewing and screening candidates as per the requirements of the Act. And again, the Select Committee's attention was drawn to the National Assembly rules that provides for the general powers of the Portfolio Committee to consult with the Committee of Council. In today's meeting, being the meeting of 7 May 2026, the Select Committee was briefed on the process undertaken by the Portfolio Committee against the requirements of the Act. Having been consulted by the Portfolio Committee, the Select Committee reports that it notes that the Portfolio Committee has complied with the requirements of the Act in the process followed to recommend preferred nominees for appointment to the TEC to the Minister. That report be considered. Thank you, Chair and Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark. Honourable members, there you have it. Can I have a seconder or proposer for the two reports, please? Thank you very much, Honourable Kaunda, proposing the reports, and seconded by Honourable Peter and Dr. Skirkwigel, and I saw Honourable Moimang as well. Thank you very much, Honourable members. Are there any member that are against the contents of the report or both reports? No, we have consensus. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate your inputs. And let me say thank you very much to the Portfolio Committee on Transport Chair, Chair Sela Molela. Thank you very much to your content advisor, Advocate Null. Thank you very much for your handling of the two reports, and we appreciate the cooperation. We look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much, honourable members. That takes care of our meeting for today. I thank you for your patience for your meeting. It's been a long one. Unfortunately, the day is not yet finished. I'm now going to hand over, as promised, exactly at 5 o'clock, to Honourable Kaunda for the resumption of our COCTA committee meeting. So with that, if there's anything that you want to say, Honourable Chair, before we say goodbye.
No, it's just to extend on behalf of our committee and on behalf of the team I'm with here, to really extend our appreciation to you, Honourable Badenhorst, and your team of honourable members and your support staff. We understand that we came to you in a very short notice and put you under pressure to the extent that you're able to tilt your hand and allow us in. These reports are very, very urgent for us, and you have really done us a great deal of a favor. We really appreciate. Thanks very much, and wishing you the best in your next meeting, and continue doing the best work for the Republic of South Africa. Enjoy. Bye. And thanks to my team. You can now disembark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's much appreciated. We're looking forward to you buying us lunch in the near future at the NCOP lunchroom. Thank you very much. Honourable members, let me say thank you very much once again to you, and hand over to Honourable Kaunda for the resumption of the COCTA committee meeting. This meeting of the Select Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure and this in the Presidency is therefore adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Badenhorst, and we are now getting into a new meeting. I will ask all of us to introduce ourselves. No, I'm joking. We don't need to introduce ourselves, honourable members. Can I ask the team to fly the agenda?
Chair, if I may interrupt you.
Yes,
I have another meeting, online meeting scheduled for 5 o'clock, which I need to join. So will you excuse me, and then I will rejoin our meeting as soon as my meeting is done. Shouldn't take long.
You may not find us because I think we'll spend only 30 minutes, but you can try.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let me declare the meeting open. This is a special meeting to consider two reports. The first report is the combination of the oversight visit to Mpumalanga and Limpopo province on the disasters, that occurred in that regions. The second one is Matlosana municipality, which we conducted last week. So those are only 2 items. But Mr. Manele, do we have any apologies beside the one that has been presented by Honorable Badenhorst?
Chair, officially from our side, we did not get any apologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, with those 2 items, can we then allow Mr. Manele to take us through on my behalf on the first report? Because some of us, we are catching our flights. Definitely by 5:30 would be done. But if we can go further than that, 6 o'clock would be fine. Thank you. Mr. Manele?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, with your permission, noting that we've got 2 reports, one that is with Limpopo and Mpumalanga, and the last one, Matlosana. I'm aware that Dr. Clark is in the meeting. I propose that we start with Matlosana, then quickly we'll finish off with Limpopo and Mpumalanga.
Okay, let's do that because so that we can allow Dr. Clark, if she wants to take leave after this first report, to do so. Let's then change the screen and put Matlosana. This is a joint report of the Portfolio Committee of COGTA, Public Service and Administration, Human Settlement and Water and Sanitation, as well as the Infrastructure, Public Works, Transport and Ministry in the Presidency.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairperson. So I have before us a joint report of the oversight visit undertaken to the city of Matlosana, local municipality in the Northwest Province from the 22nd to the 23rd of April 2026. Chair, I might be brief with the overview and observations, but stand still when it comes to the section on recommendations, if that is in order, Chair. So the select committees undertook an oversight visit to assess the state of infrastructure, governance and service delivery in the city of Matlosana local municipality. The delegation was welcomed by the executive mayor at the commencement of the oversight visit, and the executive mayor acknowledged ongoing provincial and national government support in the implementation of the mandatory financial recovery plan. The executive mayor reported that the implementation of the recovery plan has already resulted in progress in financial management and service delivery, however preliminary that might be. In introducing the joint oversight visit, Honorable Kaunda, the co-chairperson, outlined the NCOP's role in promoting cooperative governance, and also recognize the economic pressures faced by communities, businesses, and municipalities and departments alike, and noted to the participants that the President has directed COGTA to review the local government funding model. So just for the benefit of persons who would have not been on the visit commenced on 22nd of April with briefings by the provincial and national executive, as well as by the municipality leadership. And then in a session facilitated by the co-chairperson, Honorable Badenhorst, stakeholders were addressed the delegation on service delivery within the municipality. The delegation thereafter undertook site visits to Klerksdorp Prison, that's a DPWI project, as well as to the MXN Housing Settlements project in Meyrens Park and the Orkney Wastewater Treatment Works. We have the delegation in front of us, Jane. The inputs on the briefing sessions and stakeholder engagements were captured by thematic area, Chair, as opposed to by the individual briefings that was delivered because the issues were so cross-cutting. When it comes to cooperative governance, the district municipality briefed the delegation on the District Development Model 1 plan, which was adopted on 7 April 2026, and provided an overview of catalytic projects that falls within the Matlosana area. COCTA provided its assessment of administrative and financial governance at the municipality, mentioning financial weakness that includes the vacancy in the position of CFO. We understand it's as a result of a disciplinary proceeding that was followed. It has, however, resulted in leadership instability. There's been regression in audit outcomes, an increase in audit findings, and an impact that is only partially functional. It was acknowledged that MISA is providing support to the municipality through project initiation, planning, implementation, and contract management for the conditional grants that is transferred by the municipality. A point of concern was water and sanitation within the municipality. All participants agreed that the municipality faces significant water and sanitation infrastructure and service delivery challenges evidenced by sewage pillages, aging infrastructure, poor maintenance, vandalism, compliance failures, and an underperforming wastewater wastewater management system. Concerningly, is that some of these systems discharge into river systems that ultimately feed the Vaal River, thereby posing environmental and public health risks beyond just the municipality itself. We were also provided with project information for water service improvements grants as listed, as tabulated in the report. Department of Water and Sanitation did inform the delegation that formal enforcement interventions has had to be initiated against the municipality. These include multiple non-compliance letters issued in relation to the Orkney, Stilfontein, and Hartbeesfontein wastewater treatment works and the associated sewer networks. Concerningly, at the time of the joint oversight visit, the city had not yet submitted the required corrective action plans. In respect of the road and transport network, it was assessed to be characterized by an inadequate routine and scheduled maintenance, transport planning that was inadequate, and engineering and norms and standards that were not complied with. Sunwell provided information on some of the projects that will be located within the municipality. Similarly, the Northwest Department of Public Works and Roads also provided project information for projects that will be implemented, that has been implemented, stretching from the 24-2025 financial year up until ongoing projects. The Honourable MEC for Cooperative Governance and Human Settlements introduced the Matlosana N12 West Catalytic Human Settlements Project, which was introduced as a flagship integrated development funded through the Human Settlements Development Grant. It was acknowledged that progress has, however, been slow, with only 16% of units completed to date, resulting in a subsequent decision to scale down the current contractor's scope. The Northwest Department of Human Settlement also briefed the delegation on breaking new ground projects that will be implemented within the municipality. That ranges from Kanana Extension 13 projects, which was a previously abandoned project, up until the Matlosana Military Veterans Housing Project, through which 10 houses have been provided to military veterans across Tegane, Uperton, and Kanana. The department also reflected on work done to repair houses affected by earthquake that struck Klerksdorp in 2012. One of those being phase 2 projects covering Kuma Extension 6 and 8, and which involves the repair of 2,000 houses with a contract value of 85.7 million rands. And the contract details assists in our select committee, but also future NCOP programs to the municipality in identifying project information which will support sustained oversight in future engagements, honourable chair and members. Stakeholder engagements. Stakeholders reflected on a broad range of perspective of governance, Political parties generally acknowledged that there was been recent improvements, but highlighted remaining persistent structural challenges. Both the Democratic Alliance and African National Congress expressed support for the Section 139 intervention, citing long-standing governance and financial failures. The economic freedom fighters raised concern about the municipalities' reliance on consultants, and also on a more practical level, address SANRAL on the need to address safety challenges at the N12 traffic circle in Matlosana, where poor visibility is currently contributing to frequent collisions. Civil society and human and community-based groupings focus on inclusive development, social support, and the Women's and Children's Day specifically requested the municipality to make available budget for the desk to be permanently based at the municipality. Organized labor, represented by SAMU and MATU, raised concern about a lack of clarity about exactly which outsourced services would be reduced. They have also recommended reviving the municipality's internal capacity at its garage and petrol depot, and also attributed the backlog in service deliveries to high vacancies in technical and maintenance positions and a lack of essential tools of trade, as well as political interference in the recruitment processes. So drawing that all together in implementation, in observations, the financial recovery plan was described as being in a stabilization phase. That is not a critique. That is I would always say, the natural life cycle of a financial recovery plan. And at the moment, priority is given to restoring financial discipline, improving cash flow management, reviewing outdated policies, and engaging major creditors, in particular Eskom and Rand Water, to curb the escalation of historic debt. Members interrogated persistent underspending of conditional grants despite acute infrastructure backlogs, noting that the municipality did receive a 22.9 million rand allocation from the disaster recovery grant to support reconstruction and rehabilitation of infrastructure damaged by floods within the municipality. MEG expenditure at 31 December stood at 38%, which was below the required 45% threshold of National Treasury, resulting in National Treasury withholding portions of grant allocations. Just trying to highlight that. Revenue collection and financial sustainability was also scrutinized because this is a critical part of a financial recovery plan. COGTA briefed the members on data cleansing initiatives aimed at correcting billing inaccuracies and addressing approximately 23,000 so-called ghost accounts where the account cannot be linked to property on the municipality's valuation roll. I've spoken about the fact that stakeholders also spoke about political instability within the municipal council and how that influences governance within the municipality. The municipality described coordinated attacks on pump stations and power infrastructure by armed groups. So it is not disorganized individuals that are attacking municipal infrastructure. And the members expressed alarm that security costs are increasingly crowding out in infrastructure maintenance and called for stronger intergovernmental cooperation. The municipality did report that the PUR has engaged with the provincial head for the State Security Agency, but also there are intergovernmental structures that have been formed and have been established to address vandalism of key infrastructure. The municipality does not have a functional financial misconduct disciplinary board, despite this being a requirement under the MFMA. The municipality has said that it depends on the shared services model within the district for the appointment of the required audit committee. So once that is finalized, the financial misconduct disciplinary board can get back on its feet. Just reflecting on the Human Rights Commission report of November 2025 that reported on the state of service delivery within the Northwest. And similar to the findings of the committee, the report found chronic sewage spillages, particularly in areas such as Auckland and Alabama, exposing residents to raw sewages and severe health risks in contravention of the constitutionally protected rights of dignity, health, life, access to efficient water, and an environment that is not harmful to well-being. So what is the recommendations? It's recommended that the executive mayor and speaker of the municipality ensure that the municipality must, by 31 July 2026, submit the corrective action plans required by the non-compliance notices issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation. By 30 June 2026, municipality must ensure that training is provided to the impact on its powers and functions, because the impact plays a critical role in the oversight of considering reports of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. So the report is that the impact must receive training on its powers and functions, and it must be stabilized. And we're saying the joint committees are saying that stability will be measured through compliance with legislative functions and responsibilities. Is it adopting its oversight report on the annual report as required, for example? The municipality must submit its draft budget for each financial year to Provincial Treasury before adoption to Council to verify that the budget is properly costed and fully funded. Municipality must refer underperforming contractors and consultants to National Treasury's register of tender defaulters, with all contractors who have abandoned or defaulted on projects to date. They must be referred to National Treasury by 31 July 2026. I welcome members' input in general, but specifically on the recommendation that the political party caucuses within the municipality must address the underlying causes of the political conflicts and interference in the municipality. It is not something that the administrative leadership within the municipality can adequately address. It's also recommended that the Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs must assure that MISA assess all grant-funded projects in the municipality through front-loaded planning principles, and that assessment of MISA must be provided to the select committees within 1 month of its completion. Then quickly we go to the site visits. The first site visit was the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure repair and renovations of the Clericsdorp prison. I can go straight to observations. At the time of reporting, certified payments totaled approximately 88.5 million, representing over 93% of the original contract value, despite only 74% physical completion being achieved. It was noted that numerous buildings and facilities have been finalized and handed over in phases as the facility continued operations during the repairs and renovations. The delegations was guided on a tour of the facilities by DPWI. On the completed sections, where the delegation observed the quality of repairs and renovations. So this included, members will recall, we went to houses on the premises, the hospital section, single quarters, the visitation section, and inmate accommodation blocks. We were also accompanied by officials from the Department of Correctional Services who relayed that the project scope meets its needs as a client department. The inmate accommodation block, however, cannot currently be utilized as a leak was developed in the roof, and a variation order has been submitted to include repairs to the roof into the project scope. The project has unfortunately significantly exceeded its contractual completion period. Construction time lapse stands at approximately 115% of the approved contract period, with the current anticipation completion date of 30 October 2026. So what is our recommendation? The Minister for Correctional Services, because it's the Department of Correctional Services' responsibility to develop a user asset management plan. The Minister of Correctional Services must ensure that the Department of Correctional Services include the following critical risks that are outside of the regional scope but are essential for the functioning of the facility into the facility's user asset management plan for the 2026-27 financial year. The need for upgraded bulk water supply infrastructure, replacement of the main standby generator due to an unreliable municipal power supply, systematic cleaning and upgrading of stormwater drainage to prevent basement flooding, and replacement of cell lockers that cannot be economically repaired. Our second last project was to the MXN project in Meyrings Park, where the contractor has consistently failed to honor contractual obligations, with multiple reports indicating extended period of inactivity and in some instances effective site abandonment. The performance failures resulted in the project missing its initial targeted completion date of March 2026. Compounding this, weak oversight, monitoring, and enforcement mechanisms failed to trigger timely corrective action, allowing underperformance to persist without consequence and significantly undermining delivery outcomes. Even today, progress in housing construction remains limited. So while some incremental milestones have been achieved, for example, completion of 501 foundations, only 263 units have actually been fully completed. The slow pace of delivery and recurring stoppages have generated deep frustration within local communities. Concerns were also raised regarding irregular occupancy, with reports that certain housing units are occupied by individuals who are neither local residents nor vetted beneficiaries. In addition, community members are exposed to significant environmental and public health risks arising from, amongst other, open trenches and unrehabilitated soil heaps. We've spoken about water and sanitation constraints. From a governance perspective, the project is characterized by fragmented coordination across national, provincial, and local government spheres. Weak implementation of the DDM model has limited its effectiveness as a coordinating mechanism, resulting in disconnected planning and execution processes. Financial oversight represents a significant concern, as there are questions remaining regarding the utilization of nearly 1 billion rand associated with the project and the related investments. The recommendation is that the MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, and the Speaker and Executive Mayor of the municipality together must ensure that their respective departments conduct an immediate performance review, terminating non-performing contracts, subdivide large contracts to mitigate risks, refer underperforming contractors and consultants to National Treasury's register of tender defaulters, implement a revised completion plan with strict non-negotiable timelines, fast-track bulk infrastructure to support existing housing units, conduct an audit of unoccupied and irregularly occupied houses for reallocation, conduct a comprehensive financial audit to track fund flows and eliminate fiscal leakages. So this set of regulations is the MEC for Human Settlements together with the municipality. The next set of recommendations is directed only to the Executive Mayor of the municipality. It's recommended that the Executive Mayor orders the immediate closure of open trenches and repairs of sewer leakages, fortify internal controls by modernizing risk, finance and human resource policies, coordinate the public meeting within 14 days of the adoption of this report. The meeting must specifically address community grievances regarding the current state of housing and the persistent underperformance of the appointed contractor. The last recommendation is that the MEC for Cooperative Governance, the Speaker and Executive Mayor of the municipality must report back to our select committees on the implementation of these recommendations by 30 September 2026. Some of the recommendations will take more time than others, honorable members. The last project is the wastewater treatment plant in Orkney. In respect of the treatment plant, the local municipality provided an update on the financial and implementation status of the wastewater infrastructure intervention. It does form part of a broader municipal support program. The first phase of the project is scheduled for contractual conclusion in the current reporting period, so 26-2027. A performance-based implementation agreement has been established between the department, Matlosana local municipality, and the appointed implementing agent, being City Corporation. The Intervention is funded through a provincial treasury mechanism aimed at addressing infrastructure backlogs and operational efficiencies. Significant risks include historical delays, which impact on the overall project and timelines, and risking investor confidence due to failure to demonstrate consistent progress. A further risk is continued reliance on interim measures without full system optimization, and which may limit long-term effectiveness. Here, the recommendation is that all stakeholders must ensure the timely submission of all outstanding technical and financial reports to enable effective oversight. These reports are critical for assessing compliance with applicable standards, including effluent quality requirements, financial management frameworks, and infrastructure performance benchmarks. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, and colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Honourable members, I'm also acting on behalf of my co-chair, Honourable Bellenhorst, as he took leave, because this is a joint report of the two committees. Hence, as a chair of COGTA, I've invited the chair of Public Infrastructure and Public Works to join this meeting so that we can adopt this report together. So seated here are the members of the Select Committee of Public Infrastructure as well as COGTA. Now, we are giving the members, both from the board committees, the opportunity to engage this report and eventually adopt this report if it is a true reflection of what transpired during our visit. I'm now taking hands from both select committees. Honourable Mzimande, the first one. I know that you come from the Public Works and Infrastructure and COGTA. Honourable Mabibo, you are the second, representing the two committees. Let's take those hands, then we adopt after that. Honourable Dr. Skir Kocher, you will follow. Let's start, Honourable Nzimande.
No, thanks, Chair. Just to add, one aspect which is important, it's what you also raised sharply when we were on the oversight. I think it was in Jacaranda. What we observed, which I guess should come sharply, it's a building of those houses at the top structure without infrastructure, in particular electricity, water in most parts, and the issue of waste removal also was identified as an issue. But secondly, there we also found, which I guess is another observation, houses that have not been attended to since 2018, 2019. So that is a problem. Though we were told now it's about 2022, 2023, but still is the same. It's like abandoned, which is an issue, and I believe as we make recommendations, these matters must also form part of recommendations so that they are addressed. The other one then related to the issue of the contractor. I don't think we are putting it correctly because we did not establish the real reasons why the contractor left the area or the site since November last year, because that was hidden, was never brought to attention. So the issue was the resumption, and I guess we must be able also to talk to it as a recommendation after making an observation. Last one, Chair, deals with what they took us to, saying there's a disaster, and only when we arrive we then observe something else. the issue of asbestos, which we believe they must be able also to have a plan to tell how are they and when are they going to deal with such challenge, a backlog on removal of asbestos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zimande. Honorable Mabiwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start by appreciating and welcome the report. I just want to add and make some input on the report that they didn't put the people, the previously marginalized community, as we have or at Matlosane there we got or we were faced with a person with disabilities which were not prioritized as the people who were previously marginalized. And then they were complaining about that is human settlement. And then the spillages of sewer in the street. And then the other point was that there was a problem that there were other houses which have been abandoned, which have been left unoccupied for 7 years by some of the people who went to some other provinces, such as Gauteng and Mpumalanga. So I think that is a burning issue from the Northwest in Matlosane. Thank you very much, my leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mabiwa. Dr. Skir Kocher.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to move so that we adopt the report because it's very much comprehensive. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. With those amendments, especially on the issue of the planning, which must find expression on the recommendations, and we cover whatever that members have raised, but I think the report is a true reflection.
My hand is up, Chair.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Honorable Molokome, yes, you can come in. I was confused by Dr. Skir Kocher. He just raised adoption. I was still taking comments.
Okay. No, thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and let me appreciate the presentation made, and also to agree with the recommendation and the observations that we have seen in Matlosane municipality. But Chair, I just want to check because there were some recommendations or requests that we have done as the committee for several departments to submit the report within 7 days on issues that members has raised and that we have found on the ground in terms of the contractor itself. I think one member touched on that because obviously the contractor was no longer available on site, and also in terms of the budget. I think honorable members raised some issues there that needs some answers, and we promised that a report will be forwarded to the committee within 7 days. And to Chair, the meeting with the community there was proposed to be held within two weeks, if I'm correct, for the municipality to be able to address the issues that were raised also. So I just want to check in terms of those requests, if they were submitted to the committee secretariat, and if not, what are the challenges And Chair, I think I'm supporting Honorable Skirkochen for moving for the adoption of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think what the team have done was to ensure that these issues find expression on the recommendations so that this report can be enforceable. Now, this report, for it to be enforceable, it needs to go to the plenary and be adopted by the NCOP so that it will remain a document, a legal document, where we'll be following up on the implementation. I think the issue that Honorable Molokome is raising of the public meeting within 2 weeks, and the team here is recommending that it should happen within 14 days. I think it's a fair action because this report must be adopted by the NCOP. Then we must add the issue of the outstanding report, because I do not think that we have received that report, which we said we must receive within 7 days, unless if the team can indicate if such have been received. Let me hear from the team, Dr. Clark and Mr. Manela.
Thank you. I think Mr.
Chairperson. Okay. We can start, Dr. Clark.
Now, I was simply going to say, I think you are best placed to answer, Mr. Manele.
Chairperson, honorable members, Dr. Clark will agree with me that with regard to Matlosana, we created what we call oversight war room, where all parliamentary support staff and the municipality were part of. 2 days ago, the chairperson wanted the number of the acting MM, and the chair also sent to me the observation of Honorable Presa. We actioned that by posting that on the oversight war room. Till today, the MM has not yet responded, but we can safely say the request that the chair wanted in terms of the report was posted in that war room. We're still waiting for the MM to respond to that war room. And Dr. Clark, Tupeka, researchers, they are all part of that oversight war room. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I did make a follow-up with the city manager. What I found was that the suspended city manager has come back. So she was still familiarizing herself with those, because we spoke 2 days ago with her. So I think it would be proper that the report captures that report must reach us within 7 days. It should be in this report after the adoption of the NCOP by the NCOP. With that, I think the issue on the matters raised is a true reflection as members have moved. Honorable Skirkocher, supported by Honorable Molokome. Let's adopt the report with those amendments so that it can be a very useful tool for follow-up after the adoption by the NCOP. Anything, Dr. Clark, on your side?
No, thank you very much for the inputs from the members. The supporting will on our side affect the amendments.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are we all in agreement that the report must be adopted with those amendments?
Yes, Chair.
Honourable Nzimande, I see your hand. Is that a legacy hand?
Hayi, ilegacy hand ba.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's then
Ngizothula ngiyabona uyangigcona angizusho ngisho.
Honourable members, let us move. We are done with the joint committee. So we have now released the members of the Public Infrastructure Committee. We are remaining with members of COPTA. So we are moving to the next report. Mr. Manele, can you take us through quickly?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm going to be quick. Just in an introduction to say, two documents were shared with the members. One was the comprehensive report that include observation. The second one was the summary of observations and recommendation. And noting that we have indicated that by 6 o'clock should be done. For readability, honorable members who have prepared a summary of draft observations and recommendation. Number one, in terms of the background, Chair, without any waste of time, it reads as follows: having conducted the joint oversight visits with the Portfolio Committee on COGTA to the district municipalities affected by recent floods, disasters in Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces, reports to the Select Committee as follows. One, on January 19, 2026, the Minister of Department of COGTA declared a national state of disaster due to severe flooding and heavy rain and strong winds that began in late November 2025. The disaster affected Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Northwest provinces, causing multiple deaths, widespread infrastructure damages, and community displacement. On the 20th of January, a critical decision was taken in the meeting of the Parliamentary Joint Programming Committee that both the Select Committee on COGTA and the Portfolio Committee in National Assembly must undergo oversight visits to the affected severe floods. On the 27th January 2026, the National Departments of COGTA, Human Settlements, Water, Sanitation, and Provincial Departments of COGTA, Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs in Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga provinces briefed members of the Select Committee on the state of floods or on the state of flood disaster. From the 3rd to the 6th of February 2026, a multi-party delegation of the Select Committee under the leadership of Honorable Kaunda and the Portfolio Committee on COGTA under the leadership of Honorable Zain Nkize conducted oversight visits to local and district municipalities in affected municipalities affected by flood disasters in Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces. In short, the objective of a joint oversight visits, the primary objective of oversight visits was to monitor government's responses to recent disasters and assess recovery and mitigation plans on the ground. The secondary objective was to conduct site visits to affected district municipalities and solicit the opinions of the representatives of the Department of COGTA, Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs, local and district municipalities, traditional leaders, and South African Local Government Association, including the affected community members on the impact of the flood disasters, intervention supports provided, and implementation of recovery plans by the three arms of government. Chair, I'm not going to read this one, it will be wasting members' time. This one deals with the delegation of the committee. But just to note that during the visit, Honorable Sken Kohol and Honorable and the chairperson, Honorable did not attend the second oversight visit. As part of assessing this is a general overview of oversight visit number 1 in Limpopo, Chairperson, that on the 3rd and 4th of February, the delegation of the Select Committee and Portfolio Committee visited the district municipalities affected by flood disaster. During the period of oversight visits, the delegation interacted with officials of the departments, cooperative governance, human settlement, mayors, and senior officials of the local and district municipalities, including the representatives of the traditional leaders and SALGAM. As part of assessing the impact of floods and government responses, including implementation of recovery plan, the delegation conducted site visits to Tsukama area of Mkondo local municipality and Vembe district municipality, as well as Matsakali village in the Collins Chabani local municipality under Mompani district municipality. Now here, Chair, we're dealing with the heart of oversight. Here is the observation on our members. 1, that the joint delegation of the Select Committee and Portfolio Committee has noted that the Minister of COGTA has welcomed the declaration of the national disaster under Section 23 of the Disaster Management Act of 2022, Act 57, due to severe weather conditions and widespread flooding affecting various parts of the country. 2, the joint delegation has also noted that the classification was initiated by the head of the National Disaster Management Center following consultation of relevant government entities and heads of provincial disaster management centers through the National Joint Flood Coordinating Committee. The joint delegation has further noted that the classification followed a comprehensive assessment of adverse weather conditions experienced since late November 2025, which included heavy rainfall, strong winds, lightning, floods, impact in Limpopo. The leaders of the joint delegation have acknowledged and welcomed the visit conducted on 16 January 2026 by the President, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, to Limpopo province, where heavy rainfall and flooding have left at least 19 people dead and caused destruction to homes, businesses, and infrastructure. The delegation noted that the President, together with the Minister in the Presidency and Limpopo Premier, visited Vembe and Mompani district municipalities to assess the damage caused by more than 400 millimeters of rain that fell in the area. 4, the delegation has noted with great concern during the oversight visits that flood disasters have resulted in loss of life, significant damage to infrastructure and property, environmental degradation, the displacement of communities, disruptions to schools and agricultural activities. The joint delegation has also noted the inevitability of climate change and the shift of focus to long-term sustainable flood management strategies guided by stormwater master plan to manage stormwater, reduce flooding, improve water quality, restore wetland, upgrade drainage system, sustainable urban planning to protect informal settlements in the province. The joint delegation has noted and welcomed the call made by the representative of SALGA for the need to fast-track the process of the review of the white paper on local government, the funding model for municipalities, and the Disaster Management Act. The joint delegation has noted and welcomed the progress made in rebuilding roads, bridges, provision of temporary shelters, assessment of impact of floods, and emphasized the need for collaborative work between the local municipalities with traditional leaders, publication and workshopping of bylaws to ensure strict adherence to Spatial Land Use Management Act to avoid building on floodplains. The joint delegation has also emphasized the need for better maintenance of stormwater drainage system and continuous community education on disaster responses. Honorable members, Chairperson, here we have tried to put together recommendations, and these recommendations cut across government departments, 1, 2, cut across parliamentary oversight committees. The reason being the impact of flood in Limpopo has affected various government departments, transport, education, and so forth. Now, how we've crafted it, we've tried to make sure that there's a balance between executive accountability and parliamentary oversight. 6.1, it reads as follows, honorable members. Having conducted oversight visits to Limpopo province and interacted with the Department of COGTA, Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs, mayors, senior officials of the local and district municipalities, and representatives of traditional leaders, including SALGA, and some family members affected by flood disasters, including the school principal. The Select Committee reports to the National Council of Province as follows. 1, that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provides updates to the Select Committee and the Portfolio Committee on the review of the white paper on local government, the review of the funding model for municipalities, including the Disaster Management Act. That the Department of Human Settlement should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Select Committee on timeframes for moving people out of the temporary residential units to permanent homes, and any developments relating to the department's December 2025 and January 2026 flood interventions since the last meeting held on the 27th January 2026. 6.4, that the Department of Small Business Development should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Portfolio Committee on Small Business and Development on funding support provided to small businesses affected by the December 2025 and January 2026 flood incidents. That the Department of Water and Sanitation should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Select Committee on COCTA and the Portfolio Committee on the plans for the rehabilitation of bulk water infrastructure in order to deal with the incidents of floods that emanated in December 2025 and January 2026. That the Department of Transport and SALGA should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Portfolio Committee on Transport and the Select Committee on Infrastructure and Ministry in the Presidency on the reprioritization of budgets to fund road repairs of infrastructure damages caused by December 25, January 2026 flood disasters. That the MEC of the Department of COCTA, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide consolidated report to the Select Committee on COCTA and Portfolio Committee on COCTA on post-flood impact assessment, flooding application, approval, and allocation in respect of the incidents of floods in the province. That the National and Provincial Department of Social Development should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, report to the Portfolio Committee on Social Development on intervention supports provided on supports provided to the incidents of December and January, including the family victims of flood disaster in Limpopo and district municipalities. That the National Department of Agriculture and Land Reform and Rural Development should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land and Rural Development on the intervention support provided to farmers that were affected by the floods. That the National Provincial Department of Education should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Portfolio Committee on Education on flood socio-economic impact assessment, intervention support, and status of funding application to minimize the impact of flood disaster on schooling. That the provincial government, sector departments, local and district municipalities, including SALGA, should work collaboratively with traditional leaders who are often at the forefront of disaster response initiatives in their communities. All organs of government should, in the spirit of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relation, embark on community and household profiling to enhance readiness and preparedness for future disasters. Last one, that the Parliamentary Joint Programming Committee should, in accordance to Joint Rule 138 of Joint Rules of Parliament, consider the option of establishing ad hoc Joint Committee on Flood Disaster Relief and Recovery, whose main objective should oversee the response and implementation of relief measures by government and affected provinces, engage relevant government departments, entities to assess the overall impact of damage, response, and relief measures by government, follow up the recommendation contained in this report, and confer with the relevant committees to facilitate coordinated oversight. All members, this is the observation and recommendation in relation to oversight visit to Limpopo. So let me pause there. I'll get direction from you whether I should go to Mpumalanga, then you. I'll hear from you, Chair.
Yes, let's complete them, the report.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, the second one is the oversight visit to Mpumalanga. Without any waste of time, the background is the same. I will just strictly go to observation. 8.1. In terms of the infrastructure damages, agricultural loss, and economic impact, the delegation of the Select Committee has noted that the preliminary estimates suggest that over 7 billion is required to repair public infrastructure, including roads, bridges, and power lines. In terms of agricultural loss, the delegation of the Select Committee has noted that agricultural sector is being heavily hit with significant destruction of crops, particularly vegetable like cabbage, spinach, butternut, and damage to farm infrastructure, while business and tourism economic activities have come to a standstill in affected area, with tourism in the Kruger National Park disrupted due to flood camps and roads. During the period of engagement with the political and administrative leadership of the local district municipalities, the joint delegation has noted that affected local municipalities have conducted preliminary assessment of the damage caused by floods and submitted the reports to the district disaster management sector. The joint delegation has also noted that all affected municipalities have submitted their infrastructure business plans to the Provincial Department of Culture, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs. Number 4, the district advocates any kind of support to the local municipality, and some of the support identified are as follows: installation of boreholes, technical support to conduct technical assessment, and development of technical reports to source funding, construction of culvert, and re-graveling of damaged roads for area where communities are cut off from each other, and school rainwater harvesting program. The joint delegation of the Select Committee has noted that on the 3rd January 2026, the District and Local Joint Operation Committee was activated, and biweekly meetings were convened to monitor disaster incidents and progress on response and recovery. The delegation has also noted and welcomed the provision of humanitarian reliefs, material, blankets, foam mattresses, water purification such as gel stove and plates to all affected local municipalities by partners such as Red Cross and Gift of the Givers. The delegation of the Select and Portfolio Committee has also noted that welcomed that the province through Cabinet has adopted a provincial flood management strategy which identifies flood risk area within the levels of risk from very high to very low. The Hlanzeni district is identified as a very high risk district in respect of floods. The delegation has also noted that the provincial government has commenced with the implementation of strategic plan, focusing on provision of timers, accurate and reliable information, empowerment of communities through awareness program, protection of infrastructure asset, land use planning programs, infrastructure asset resilience, clarification of roles and responsibilities, and provision of emergency agency responses. 8.8, Zugin. The delegation has observed that in terms of incidents of floods and socioeconomic impact, sectoral departments such as public works, roads and transport, social development, culture, sports and recreation, agriculture, rural development, land and environmental affairs, health, economic development, tourism, education and community safety, security and liaison have all been affected by the damages caused by flood disaster in Mpumalanga. The National Disaster Management to note that the Executive Council in its meeting on the 21st January 2026 resolved that sectors and municipalities expedite the implementation of action plans in response to the damaged infrastructure across their area of responsibility. All affected departments and municipalities to ensure prioritization of resources to implement remedial works on disaster-affected infrastructure. That all outstanding infrastructure assessment to be completed by 26 January 2026 by all affected sectors. The delegation has also noted that all affected local municipalities should be supported by the Provincial Department of COCTA to prioritize projects of stormwater drainage system in all developed residential areas with priority to flood risk areas and a program with cost and timeframes to be prepared by each municipality. That the joint delegation has also noted that the National Disaster Management Center officially classified the inclement weather, which has respectively ravaged Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Province, as a national disaster, following the loss of life, significant damage to property, degradation of and displacement of communities. The joint delegation leader, Honorable T.M. Kaunda and Honorable Z. Mkhize, expressed heartfelt condolence to the families who have lost loved ones, people who have been injured, and individual, business, and organization who have lost their property. 12. Furthermore, the delegation leaders hailed first response volunteers and humanitarian organizations for their emphatic coordinated response to the devastation across affected local and district municipalities in the province. The delegation has welcomed the visit conducted by the President on the 19th January 2026 to monitor the state of disaster response at the flood-affected areas in Komazi local municipality, accompanied by Mpumalanga Premier, senior government officials, and representatives of the National Disaster Management Sector. In a spirit of cooperative governance, intergovernmental relations, and through the district development model, the leaders of the delegation called upon all organs of the state across the three spheres of government to strengthen support to disaster management structures, continue implementing contingency measures, developing sustainable and time-bound recovery plans, submitting progress reports to the National Disaster Management Center, and ensuring a coordinated multi-sectoral approach to prevention, mitigation, relief, and rehabilitation. The last section, honorable members, it deals with practical recommendation. Similarly, like we've done with Limpopo, this recommendation, they take multi-government approach and multi-oversight parliamentary accountability committees. This one is the same as that one, just to emphasize that having interacted, conducted oversight visit, the Select Committee recommends to NCOP as follows. We can go to the next page, in the interest of time. That the Department of COCTA should, during the 2026 parliamentary first term, provides update to the Select Committee and the Portfolio Committee on the review of the white paper on local government. This one, Chair, if we look at the program that we have achieved during the first term, we had briefings from the department with regard to the review of the white paper and the funding model. What is outstanding is whether would there be a commitment from the department to review the Disaster Management Act as was proposed by SALGA. But we're hoping that when we engage the department on their 2026-2027 APP, maybe that commitment will be reflected in their APP. Number two, that the Department of Human Settlements should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide report to the Select Committee on timeframes for moving people out of temporary residential unit. This is the same problem that was experienced in Limpopo, and that recommendation is similar to Mpumalanga. That the Department of Small Business Development should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide a report to the Portfolio Committee on small business, on funding support provided to small business affected by the incidents of flood. That the Department of Water and Sanitation should, during the second term, 2026 parliamentary second term, report to the Select Committee on plans for rehabilitation of bulk water infrastructure with regard to incident of floods. That the Department of Transport should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, also report to the Portfolio Committee on Transport and the Select Committee on Infrastructure and Ministry in the Presidency on the reprioritization of budget to fund road repairs of infrastructure damages caused by the incidents of flood. That the MEC of COGTA should, during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide a consolidated report to the Select Committee as well as the Portfolio Committee on the post-flood impact assessment, funding applications, approval, and allocation in respect to the incident of floods in Mpumalanga. That the National and Provincial Department of Social Development, similarly during the 2026 parliamentary second term, should provide a report to the Portfolio Committee on Social Development on intervention support provided in respect of the flood. That the Department of Agriculture should also do the same during the 2026 parliamentary second term, provide a report to the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land and Rural Development on intervention support provided to farmers that were affected by flood. That the National and Provincial Department as well should, during the second term, 2026, provide a report to the Portfolio Committee on flood socioeconomic impact assessment, intervention support, and status of funding application to minimize the impact of flood disasters on schooling. That the provincial government, sector department, local and district municipalities, as well as SALGA, should work collaboratively with traditional leaders who are often at the forefront of disaster response initiative in their communities, and that all organs of government should, in the spirit of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations, embark on community and household profiling to enhance readiness and preparedness for future disasters. That the ministers of COGTA, the Department of Human Settlement, the Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Tourism, Department of Transport, Education, Land, Agriculture, Department of Health, Department of Sports and Culture should ensure in their 2026/2027 annual performance plan and budget allocation inclusion of recovery plans to provide support to district and local municipalities to deal with the damages caused by flood disasters. Last one, honorable members, this is the one that deals with the establishment of ad hoc committee, that the Parliamentary Joint NA and NCOP Committee should, in accordance with the Joint Rule 138 of the Joint Rules of Parliament, consider the option of establishing ad hoc joint committee on flood disaster relief and recovery, whose main objective should oversee the response and implementation of relief measures by government and affected provinces, engage the relevant government departments and entities to assess the overall impact of damage, response and relief measures by government, follow up recommendations contained in this report, and confer with relevant committees to facilitate coordinated oversight. Honorable members, in summary, we are of the view that the recommendation that that have been made are practical. Two, they will also engage members of our committee, even other portfolio committees that I mentioned here. When they engage the department of on their APP plans, they will be able to ask questions in relation to plans that have been put in place to deal with incidents of floods. Members are aware that even other provinces currently, there's a continuation of that event where there are incidents of floods. Chairperson, without any waste of time, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manele. Honorable members, these are the two reports, Mpumalanga and Limpopo. Can we get your opinions on the report if they are a true reflection during our oversight visit? Let me take hands. Honorable Nzimande, you are the first. Honorable members, there will be no second round. Please raise your hand now. I only see one hand. So the other hands, they want to move for the adoption. Okay, let's take Honorable Nzimande.
No, Sihlalo, the most important thing, which I guess we need to also raise sharply, so that there is a way of dealing with it. Matakali village, what we found there, it was clear that there are a lot of mud houses, and if not planned to deal with them, we are likely to continuously have what is called disasters. Some of those things are preventable things if surely the province and the local government can work jointly to deal with that, and which is a matter of priority. The next issue that is also a matter of priority is that in their planning, we could simply identify that some of the roads that they are talking about had nothing to do with the disaster, but definitely poor planning from local municipalities and the province, in as much as other roads were affected. Then the next issue that I guess we should be able to raise sharply, because where the president went, as we're interacting with the people, you could just have a feel and a sense that they are not willing even to move, because there are a combination of issues which, if not addressed, will continuously have such problems even in other areas. The underlying factor there is that there is a mining area. Previously, that was under contestation during let me not mention name, but that was the issue. So they believe if they move away from such issues, areas, they'll be dispossessed. As traditional leaders, they'll be dispossessed of their land, but also their likelihood to benefit in terms of mining or the economy around that area. So you are sitting with the conflicts of interest of making sure that people are safe, but at the same time, there's a stomach issue that has to be addressed, which I believe we must look into it, and it must come sharply so that we are able to deal with the issues. Then the other aspect, which obviously was found in Mpumalanga, is an element of politicizing the interventions through disaster. Whether it's a perception, whether it's a fact, but there was no proper and convincing explanation in one word, which was won by the EFF candidate. How information was presented, that did not find expression so that it gets attended to. So I guess that observation should be raised so that when we make a recommendation, we must show that we are condemning politicizing interventions that should be done to our people or citizens. But the last part, again, in Mpumalanga relates to failure of local government, I would say political heads, including the MMs, when they are given by technical people information of the areas that must be attended and benefit out of the disaster fund, they don't go and check those things. You remember the bridge, which Chair also raised sharply to say, come on, this bridge, you can see it has not been really an issue that has been affected now. But it then showed an element that oversight is not done at that level, and hence manipulation of information to hide the poor planning that municipalities are having to deal with their own challenges. No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zemande. Honorable Chief Whip Muimang.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's appreciate the presentation from Mr. Manele, and secondly, also to appreciate the good work that the two committees did in terms of the the response to the disaster that occurred in late November 2025, and also the early response between the 3rd to the 6th February 2026, and which was preceded by the national and provincial briefings on the 27th January 2026. Chair, the good work, as I indicated, is buttressed by the key observations that the committee made, but that is reflected in the report in terms of the impact and response around Limpopo province, and also the strategic concerns that are raised in terms of the weak stormwater drainage that needs attention, and also the settlement development in flood-prone areas. But I think they need to ensure that infrastructure that we build, it has to be climate resilient. That is what the report indicate in terms of the Limpopo. The Mpumalanga, I think, as correctly pointed out, Chair, the response in terms of ensuring that there's preliminary estimates, and also the work that has been done in terms of coordination. It's quite clear from the report, and number of cross-cutting areas that are emerging from the report, which will guide us in terms of how we move. But also, why the report and the work of the committee must be appreciated is key recommendations that are made in terms of the recovery, specific recovery areas, like this human settlement, whether it is one and retail transport, whether it is agriculture, but also elevating the issue of the need for us at the legislative level to ensure that we pay attention to intergovernmental coordination. And the report, Chair, has to be supported because the report underscores that the climate-induced disaster that are beginning to intensify, which then expose areas of challenges in terms of planning, in terms of infrastructure resilience, and therefore the need to ensure that in responding, as the recommendation captures from the report, the coordination by the two committees in terms of ensuring that we come up with a coordinated oversight that will be able to ensure that areas of concerns that were raised are given attention to, but more than that, also to ensure that where it is possible, legislative reform, where it is possible, they need to mobilize adequate funding to ensure that we reduce the future disaster risks and ensure that the vulnerable communities are protected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip, Honorable Man, and thank you, Honorable Zimande, for available inputs. I don't see any further hands. With that, I think we can get the mover for the adoption of the report.
I propose the report to be adopted, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Putam moved. Honorable Molokom.
Thank you, Chair. I second the move.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. Second the adoption. Thank you very much, honored members. The report is now duly adopted, and the NA portfolio on the other side, our counterparts, will also adopt this report because it's the same report at the House. Then all these recommendations will have to work together. But I think the presiding officers, even through the support of our chief whip here, should be persuaded that the ad hoc committee on the, because disasters are continuing on weekly basis now. So there is a greater need for an ad hoc committee which will be seized with the full responsibility to conduct visits, and how such ad hoc committees are established. They are a combination of a number of portfolio committees and the select committees, so that we make each and every department accountable on how the issues of disaster are being handled. Thank you very much, honored members. This brings us to the end of our deliberations. Thank you for availing yourself. It's been a long day for you. Please go and rest, and the supper is now being served in your respective houses. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Recording stopped.